Streaming, open browser, click here, whatever, stream, avoid, whatever. Let's see. Stream offline, there we go. Open browser, click here, whatever, stream, avoid, whatever. Let's see. Stream it's still, oh, hell yeah! Open browser, click here, whatever, stream, avoid, whatever. Let's see. Stream offline, there we go. Browser, click here. Okay, shut up, Dan. Okay, I'm sorry you guys hearing me twice. Okay, okay. I'm sorry for being crazy. I'm gonna get it set up. I'm sorry. I think I had to hit host stream. Or is it BRB? I don't freaking know. In game. No, it's gonna be hot scene. Host scene, whatever. 3, 2, 1. Checking it. I've been nervous about this, so... Oh, wait, I didn't have the chat. Crap. Wait, I can add stuff. Raw streamer, right? Can I add a source? Where is... Nope. Streams. Nope. Scene. No. Video and images. I can do that. Text. How about scene? Nope. No. Oh, no. Oh no, how can I see the chat? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, find more sources! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, there it is! Oh, I need to download it. Oh, I need to install it. Install it, please! I need it. Thank you. I'm not even ready. I'm terrible. I wasn't ready. This is why people tell me I need some milk. Okay, here we go. Whew, now it's at a source. Hopefully, there it is. YouTube, live chat, counter. There we go. Wait, you're too dang big. Let's lower you some. Gee, oh, no. How can I move you? Okay, I can move you. I'll move right over there so I can see everybody's chatting like crazy, okay? Okay. Gamer tag, we're not doing that yet. This is not the channel for gaming, okay? This is used for gaming, so. Any drop frames? Okay, I'm pretty much okay. We're just a bit starting. I'm gonna mute myself, and I'm gonna go straight to live. And, I pretty much screwed up myself, so, yeah. I'm not looking at the camera. I'm not looking at you guys. I'm looking at my computer. That. You know? Okay. Now we're in the stream now. And I didn't say I was streaming today. Okay. So technically the stream is supposed to be random horror. But I decided to read a novel that made a movie. With the same name. So hopefully YouTube doesn't, ban me for reading an anti-war book. Hopefully. Because if it's against the rules and guidelines, I won't do it. Because I don't know. Okay? It's just a trial and error, I guess. Here we go. It's just myself watching, so I'm pretty freaking nervous. I'm scared and nervous because I don't know. I could get in trouble. Just reading an anti-war book. Okay. I'm kind of nervous, okay? Am I loud? No? Oh, wait, no, it's fine. I'm just really talking to myself and to the camera. I'm not a professional streamer, okay? This webcam works. This webcam I'm looking at right now is working, okay? So the book we're going to read. I'm going to read. Yes, I'm reading a novel. An anti-war novel. Written by Dalton Trumbo. Hopefully I said it right. I'll get my brother to watch it. Where's my phone? I'm not even organized at all. Where did I put my dang phone? Phone! Oh my god, that was supposed to be serious. And I'm not being... Oh. There's my phone. It's already the noises. Ugh. I'm terrible. Okay. Oh crap. I should put links in the description of the book now, would I? Oh crap, this is like the second time I messed up. And I actually ate before this stream, so... Excuse me. It was really disgusting, okay? Whew, I'm gonna get my brother to watch it. Let me call. Hey, can you watch my stream? Send your, if you're playing, with people, okay? Make him watch it. Please. Okay, let's find Austin. There it is. I'm gonna call my brother Deadly Swordsman. Okay, I'm gonna call him real quick. I'm not ready yet, so I'm sorry for being a little bit boring, okay? I'm sorry. Hold on. Deadly, come on! Answer the phone! Deadly, come on. Deadly, come on, you have to help me out. I'm your younger brother. Come on. Answer your phone. Deadly! Or he's still probably watching the movie. He's probably still watching the movie. Yeah, I gotta leave him alone. Dang it! You know what, guys? We'll do a little break. Okay, we'll do a little break. I'm not ready. Okay, I'll make sure 100% ready. Okay, I'm not professional. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not a professional of streaming. Okay, trying to show the best lighting in my room. My room is dark as crap right now. It's bright, but when I put my webcam in front of me. We're gonna go on a break, and a little break. I know it's 7 minutes on the stream. Can't. I'm gonna be in BRB. I'm sorry about that, guys, and I'll be right back. I'm just gonna check on Deadly Swordsman. Deadly Swordsman is supposed to help me, so I'll make sure the microphone is mute and come back, unmute the microphone, read the book from entirety. The whole. Okay, I'm gonna show you the book before we go. We're reading this book. Yeah, we're reading a anti-war book. Word from word. I will fuck up. Now I find the words I can't read. I will look them up myself. Because of Google. I could be banned. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not ready. I got tissues. I got a box of tissues. Just because I cry, okay? I'm serious. I'm not doing some bullshit or anything, okay? Whew. We're gonna be right back. I have no music to play, and I'm sorry. So we got 3, 2, 1. Let's go to BRB. And I'm gonna mute the microphone. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Whew, I'm back. Sorry for a, yeah, I said it was a short break. Almost a freaking half an hour break. Whew. Alright. Hopefully I got people watching, so, before further ado, always read the back. So, we're back. Well, I'm back. I'm sorry. I keep saying we're back. But, you know, I'm back. So, I'm gonna read the back of the book of Johnny Got His Gun before I read from the very beginning to the very end. You guys ready? The searching portrayal of war that has done and shoot, I had to look that up now. Great. One word I had to look up now. Sorry you had to hear that on YouTube.
Galvanized.
Oh, galvanized. Okay. The searching portrayal of war that has stunned and galvanized generations of readers. It was the war to end all wars. The global struggle that would finally make the world safe for democracy at any cost. But one American soldier has paid the price beyond measure. And within the disfigured flesh that once a vision of youth lives a spirit that cannot accept what the world has become. As an immediate bestseller upon its original publication in 1939, Dalton Trumbo's stark, profoundly troubling masterpiece about the horrors of World War I brilliantly crystallized an uncomposing brutality of war and become the most influential protest novel of the Vietnam era. With a compelling new foreword by E.L. Dr. Rowe, Johnny Got His Gun, an undisputed classic of anti-war literature. It is as timely as ever. Whew. That's a lot of words. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be serious, but, good thing I actually know a word behind it, but, I'm gonna paraphrase every chapter, so we can actually be on point. If there's a viewer, they can watch it from the very beginning. I'm not gonna end the stream. I might have, I'm actually excited reading this book. I actually saw the film. I saw the film called Johnny Got His Gun, and that film is good, but I've decided to read the book based on that movie. I mean, the movie that's based on it. So, here we go. No further ado. Let's read this classic. I need to drink some water, because that's a lot of reading over there. Alright. Johnny Got His Gun. I'm not reading, but I'm going to read the foreword. Foreword by E.L. Dr. Rowe. Dalton Trumbo was born in Colorado in 1905 to a lower-middle-class family. His father clerked in a shoe store. The family supplemented their income by selling vegetables they grew in their garden. The boy wouldn't know from the beginning what life was like for people just getting by. Dalton, birth name James, had a paper route, wrote for his high school newspaper in Grand Junction, and began then to envision a writing career. While at the State University in Boulder, he worked as a cub reporter for the Boulder Daily paper. When his father lost his shoe store job, the family moved to Los Angeles. Dalton enrolled at the University of Southern California. But in 1926, his father died and the young man had to leave school and go to work to supplement his mother and two young sisters. He took a job at an industrial bakery and held on to that job for 10 years, working nights and writing magazine pieces and short stories during the day. Eventually, he sold some stories and did pieces for Vogue and Vitality Fair. In 1934, he published his first novel, Eclipse, a somewhat satirical account of life in a small town very much like Grand Junction. Living in Los Angeles, it was natural for the young writer to look for work in Hollywood. He caught on as a reader for motion pictures, analyzing books for their subability as films. In short order, he was writing screenplays. I'm actually enjoying reading this part. I really do. That's exactly what I want to do in life. I'm sorry. If he had planned originally to finance his literary career with movie work, his brilliant understanding of the film medium and his correspondent success would ultimately divert him and direct the rest of his creative life. Johnny Got His Gun would be his major, if not his last, effort as a novelist. He was 34 years old when it was published in 1939 by Lippincott. What were the sources of his novel? Though too young to be taken into the army at the time of the First World War, Trumbo had his appealing statistics for his reflection. 8.5 million dead, 21 million wounded, 7.5 million imprisoned or missing in action. Total casualties, more than 37 million. Bleh. Oh god. Okay. And of what benefit to mankind? Certainly, as the world moved into the years of the Great Depression, the results of the war could in no way be deemed to have solved anything. European civilization had turned on itself, dynasties had fallen. Inflation raged, so social and institutional wreckage was everywhere. And with the rise of the fascist governments of Spain, Germany, and Italy, the Wilsonian idea of a war to make the world safe for democracy seemed no more than a bitter joke. Like everyone else who had understood the legacy of the Great War, Trump believed at this point in his life that let me look this word up. I'm sorry, I gotta look these words up now. Because I can't read it or don't understand how to pronounce it. I'm sorry about it. There it is. What is this?
Conceivable.
Oh, conceivable. Okay. Trump believed at this point in his life that had no conceivable outcome could justify modern warfare, a system of mechanicalized murder in which individual heroism was irreverent. Damn, this is tough. This is a great forward actually, but this is not what it is. As his feeling sought creative expansion, he recalled a newspaper story he had read about a horrendously wounded soldier, and with the gift of irony given to the writers and artists of the post-war period, he took that as the basis for a novel. He has chosen title Reflection, his detestation of the popular war song Over There, in his view, a propagandistic anthem written to persuade American youth, there was glory for them in battle. Johnny, get your gun, get your gun. Take it on the run, on the run, on the run. Hear them calling you and me, every son of liberty. In Dalton's novel, Johnny will get his gun, as instructed, and rendered a piece of human devastation. Johnny is here named Joe Bonham, the hero and victim in the voice of this novel. He is sent to France with the American Expeditionary Force and is blown away on the battlefield. He loses his arms, his legs, his hearing, his sight, his face. He cannot speak. The book opens as his transfigured, a bondage trunk in a hospital bed. His consciousness is all that is left to him. I am a dead man who is alive, says Joe Bonham to himself. I am the man who is dead. I'm the man who made the world safe for democracy. Well, this is what we're gonna find out later in the actual story. Because this is actually the forward, this is not the what's that thing? Damn, this is gonna be long. This is gonna be past my sleeping time. Whatever. What we ask can a novelist do with this premise? Hold on, I have my search in here. Let's see. What is that? Let's see.
Premise.
Oh, premise. Okay. What as his... Wait. Okay, what we ask, can a novelist do with this premise? How does he make a novel out of irredeemable suffering? What are his intentions? And if intentions are not always the measure of realized book, what is here that may be unintended? As fervent as its pacifism may be, Johnny Got His Gun is not sufficiently understood to simply as a pacifist novel. The 30s place special demands upon the writers of Dalton Trumbo's generation. Questions as to what uses, if any, art and literature could be put, come with the crisis of the Depression and a pacifism unconnected to an understanding of the social structures of nation states was inadequate, if not futile. Confronted with the vast unemployment and killing poverty of the times, artists and writers found themselves having to take positions. Coming to the right and left to southern Argian. Yeah, it is Argian, isn't it? Oh, God. Words I can't pronounce. I have to find out how to pronounce them. I suck. Damn it. I suck. Okay. Okay, there it is. A-R... Shoot. Okay. A-G-R. Oh, it's A-G-R. Shoot. A-G-R... A-G-R... Oh, it's A-G-R, not age. The stupid. Where did I see it now? Great. Now I'm lost. This is just great. Really just great. Okay, there it is.
Agrarian.
Okay. Okay. Two southern agrarian conservancies, conservatives, and to the and the no deistic active active activists like T.S. Eliot, as well to the many systematic inclined prophets of Marxian socialism, was a inspiring carving for something better than the capitalist system that they believe had failed. Trumbo's position was the far left. Though he didn't join the Communist Party of the United States until 1943, his beliefs were consistent with Communist principles long before that. He was course conservant with the Freudian liberty tendencies of the 30s. Influenced by communist aesthetics, the indefinably proletarian novel celebrate the humanity of the common man both as hero and victim of a class-ridden society. Major works included John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wealth, John Dos Passos' USA trilogy, Richard Wright's Native Son, as well as more designedly collectivist fiction by Muriel Lee Sullier and Robert Cantwell, among others. There is nothing collective about Trumbo's novel except that Joe Bunhan is publicly unknown faceless soldier, stands for the exploited masses. The nature of the plot admits of no other fully expounded characters. And so, as Joe greatly awakens to his condition, he is given an analysis of it that finds the substance rationale for Trumbo's fervent pacifism. He thought of the slaves who built the pyramids. He thought of the slaves who fought each other in the Colosseum in Rome for entertainment of the big guys who sat in the boxes and held their thumbs up or down. He thought of the slaves when they disobeyed, like little guys all over the world, shot, drowned, stabbed, crucified, boiled in oil, whipped to death, burned at the stake. All these things were the fate of slaves. The fate of the little guy. The fate of man like himself was a slave. He too had been forced to fight against other slaves of his own kind. Damn! We're gonna see that. We're gonna be in that part soon. Well, this is still the forward. I really want to skip that, like this forward part, and start reading the novel. But we're actually so far, and it is paradoxical that this ceramic passage, seemingly more in Trumbo's voice than Joe Bunhan's, relieves us sufficiently from the contemplation. Contemplation of claustrophobic nightmare to keep us reading. An meditated account of Joe's imprisonment in his own mind might force us to put the book down. With a Marxian lesson such as this, instructing us to what class of society provides a young man who gave up their lives in war. It is as if the author is reminding us that we are attending to deliberately conceive artifact with political intentions behind the story he tells. But there is something rising more justly and originally from the nature of this tour de France to keep us turning pages. The situation which Joe Bunhan finds himself is equivalent to being buried alive. Edgar Allan Poe, in his tale, The Premature Burial, ends up assuring the reader that, in fact, his hero's premature burial was nothing of the sort. If we find ourselves thinking of Poe, we might not be too far off the mark in considering Trumbo's novel as a particularly modern, brutality realistic horror story, with no such being off of its premise. The confrontation of the horror tale requires ultimate elevation, victory over monstrous circumstances, such as horror stories are for the most part of the stories of survival. And here Trumbo finds his metier, for the genius of the novel is not only in is the delineation of the awareness of Joe's condition, but in his gradual step-by-step effort to survive as a recognizably intelligent human being. For learning how to tell of the passage of time from different temperatures of day and night, which brings to take him out of himself and put him back into the world, and ultimately by devisiting the means of communicating with his nurse, just putting himself as a good remove from his crap. Let me look this word up. I probably butchered it. I probably butchered most of the words in here. Sorry for my terrible reading skills. Okay. Where is it? Okay, there it is. S-O-L. I know it's S-O-L-I-P. There it is. Oh, crap. There it is.
Solipsism.
Solipsism. Okay. That's what it means. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not really a good reader, so I'm just doing it so it can help me out. Reading about this part. Just putting himself as a good remove from his sophistic. I said it again. Oh, I read the wrong word. That's why. I read it wrong. It's actually sophistic. I see. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay.
Solipsistic.
Okay. Solipsistic terror. It is an reinsuring his humanity from the remains of his bandaged consolation. Wait. Let me spell that. Let me spell the word. C-O-N-S-T-I-T. Is it Constitution? Is it really saying Constitution? Of his bandaged Constitution? Okay. It is reassuring his humanity from the remains of his bandaged Constitution, which is Joe's Bonham's moral victory, if not his victory over circumstance. During World War II, Trumbull withdrew his novel from publication as an inappropriate pacifist tract championed by American fascists who wanted the U.S. to stay out of the war against Hitler. Earlier, when Hitler and Stalin had signed a mutual non-aggression treaty, he was happy to see his novel championed as a pacifist tract by an American communist. who at a point in the time wanted the U.S. to stay out of the war. Pretty coincidence, I think not. Sorry for my damn, almost an hour. Okay. Whew. Let me check how I am right now. I'm sorry. Oh my god. My head is killing me too. It's a lot of words. It's a lot to take in right now. Okay. Stay on the war. Okay. He was always entangled in the twists and turns of political ideology. And in the Cold War era of Craig McCarthyism, was convicted of contempt of Congress when he rightly refused to answer questions to his political affiliations before the House Un-American Activities Committee. He went to prison for a year and was blacklisted in Hollywood, but continued secretly to write in our winning films, just as he had done with great success before his conviction. This is like the end of this forward. Next will be in the introduction of this guy who read the book, who read the original. This is the 10th. The book, this one I'm reading is the 10th edition. So, if you guys are interested in World War One, do not read this book. Okay. Dalton Trumbo is the most remembered today for his political ordeals as well as for the notable work he did as a screenwriter. The tenderest imposes of his novel together with his sensationalism make it something of an anomaly in our literature. The sentences race along in proletarian style. The dictation are approximately at the level of a tabloid newspaper column, though there is a reminiscent of those Pastios style in his classic trilogy. It may be one reason that the book is seldom found in college I almost got this part done. I almost done with this one. This forward. This forward is messing with me. And I'm sorry about that, guys. I really am sorry. If you guys are watching this after this was done, I am sorry. I am sorry you have to listen to my terrible reading. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. It was right up here. It's right here somewhere. Right here. So it's CRR. ICULA. What does it mean? What? How the? Oh, so it's cooler.
Curriculum.
So it's okay. It's supposed to be curriculum, but they called it a curricula. We do know that the applied dictation of the novel is not Trumbo's own. He was a masterful letter writer with a cosmopolitan with a love of heroic and a gift for aphorism. Reading this novel now, in this century, some years beyond the military and culture wars of the last, we are able to find it something a philosophical subcontext. The design of Joe Bonham's predicament, in some ways looks toward the post-World War II philosophy of existentialism in so far as it gives us a picture of the human mind disconnected from the world. It would seem to anticipate the ontology of John Paul Sartre, who, in his classic work, Being and Nothingness, separates consciousness and all the things of the world that lacks consciousness, that are just there. The continuous interaction between those two realities, or beings of being, creates a humanity. A, what is this? Is gonna be hard. This is. Oh damn. Fucking up. At least I'm almost done reading this freaking forward, though. The hell. At least I'm almost done with the forward. Then I have to read the introduction in 1990. And how much is that it? Oh my god. Then the writer's introduction. Finally. Nope. Nope. Oh man, I had to read the forward, right? Damn it. Fuck. Okay. Where's it at? Where the hell is it at? Okay, it's right here. It's a pre... Okay. Ah. No, it's not it. Okay, is it appreciable? So it is appreciable?
Appreciable.
Appreciable. Okay, that's what the word is. Okay. Appreciable. I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Okay. Appreciable world. Life being situational in consciousness, constantly merging with the factual fudge. Dang it. Sorry. I keep messing up. I'm so sorry. Okay? My reading is awful. I'm sorry. You have to hear this over and over. Oh, God. Okay, it was, okay, right here. I have my phone near it so I can actually see what the heck I'm looking for. Okay. Is it factuality?
Facticity.
Oh, facticity. Okay. Consciousness conjuncting, merging with the factiony. Ah!
Facticity.
Facticity. Ah! Facticity. Merging with the facticity that is, may be said, too long for. Oh, man. It's terrible. Damn. Okay. Whew. We're an hour in. We're an hour in of this novel right now. Well, technically, a few minutes later, because I came back at like almost a half an hour, so it's technically my fault. I'm sorry, guys, that I messed up. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay? Okay. There is a bleakness to this vision become it. Oh, wait. Because it makes no reference to purposiveness. I had to look this up. I'm sorry. This introduction needs to stop. I'm not mad, okay? I'm not even in the novel yet. I'm not in the novel yet. This is freaking crazy. Where the hell am I now? It was something. Oh, wait. Propose. It means propose. Wait. Oh, fuck. I think it's. Oh. I. I'm sorry. I am sorry for. Okay, I fucking spelled it wrong. Whatever.
Purposiveness.
Oh,
Purposiveness. Purposiveness.
Purposiveness. Purposiveness, or to meaning that can be ascribed to a higher authority. To the extent that Joe Buns lies blind in death and in communion. Oh yeah, is on and the go and the and do Canada fudge. In communication and there it is. How to say it?
Incommunicado.
Incommunicando. Oh. Incommunicando. In his bandages, he would seem to express half of the Sartrean pairing, a consciousness deprived of the world with which it would engage for itself, for its self-identification. The human being's mind transcends the world that is, and so it lives by an interaction that is endlessly shifting and into continuum. Joe Bunham, deprived of the world, is consigned to a state in which he is conscious only of his consciousness. With his supply of memories running over and over again, and his fistful attempts to feel and communicate with the world outside his mind unable finally to restore him to a human life. I burped again, I'm sorry. Disgusting. Oh my god, I did it again. Okay. Finally, last sentence of this part, then the other dude's introduction, then the writer's introduction in 1949. Here we go. Fudge. If we reread Dalton Trumbo in the light of existential phenomenology, we must grant him a bitter awareness of how it renders us subject to a critical happenstance. Happenstance? I think that's how it's pronounced. I don't know. You guys can tell me I suck, okay? Precisely. I was about to say it's precisely. Dan, that's fucking obvious. You know how to read. Okay? Damn! Precisely because there is no meaning beyond that which we create for ourselves. What Sartre calls our freedom, Trumbo would demand that we be merciful. His passionate involvement in his story is indicated by the fact that he gives his own biology as a young man working in a bakery to his Joe. And the memories Joe has of his father are exactly those Trumbo had of his father. It is perhaps an author's means of living in a raw, tender, wounded mind of his forever to be unknown soldier. Joe Bunham Pearl. That was the first part of the freaking thing. There's freaking 2 parts of the fucking forward. Jeez, I had to do fucking 2 parts of the stream. Then we had to, like, when it's near 9 o'clock, I had to stop. I had to make my lunch for tomorrow. And then we had to wait Saturday to finish the book. This forward's killing me right now. Besides complaining, then, just read the freaking book. Beginning to end. That's it. I got fucking tissues. Okay, I'm gonna call my bro. I'll put my dang phone. Before I do it, hold on. Someone to send me a message. Oh. Let me answer this real quick. Sorry. Hold on. I already said hey, right? Did I answered? Oh my god, it's like a minute ago, too. Damn. I'm gonna call Austin, my brother. I had to say his YouTube name. Okay, he's Deadly Swordsman. I'm gonna call him and say, hey, are they watching my stream? Hold on. I have no viewers again. Oh wait, because I'm not watching it. That's why. Hold on. Answer your phone, Deadly. Hello. Are they watching the stream? Sorry. Are they searching it? I guess you don't know. Okay, you go back, playing Man Eater. I continue reading the book. Well, they know you're deadly, okay? You happy now? Because they don't see your real name on... Asshole? I did that for a little break, okay? I hurt my brain. I really just hurt my brain, okay? Okay. Introduction 1990 by Ron Kovic. Oh, this is the dude that was in a wheelchair. And he fought the Vietnam War. I feel bad if I butcher your name. I'm sorry. I suck at reading. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Let's read it again. Okay. Johnny Got His Gun still remains the most powerful piece of writing to influence me after Vietnam. This is not mine, okay? This is not... I'm just reading it. Okay. You know what? I was going to skip... you know what? Fuck it. We're going to skip the whole introductions now. All the forwards and introductions. How about we read the fucking book? Because this is not mine. Okay, we're just going to skip through. And here we go. Johnny Got His Gun. Book 1, The Dead. What the fuck? Book 1, The Dead. He wished He wished the phone would stop ringing. It was bad enough to be sick, let alone having a phone ring all night long. Boy, he was sick. Not from any of their fudge. Okay. Not from any of their sour French wine either. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm gonna answer that later because I'm busy with my video. I mean, stream. Sorry. There's no people watching! I think people that want to read. Okay. A man couldn't hold enough of it to get a head this big. His stomach was going round and round and round. Fine thing. Nobody answered the phone. It sounded like it was ringing in a room about 1 million miles wide. His head was 1 million miles His head was 1 million miles wide too. The hell with the phone, with the telephone. I had to paraphrase this whole chapter. I'm sorry. That part, that was funny. I love that part. The hell with the telephone. That damn bell must be at another end of the world. He would have to walk for a couple years to get to it. Ringing, ringing, ringing all night long. Maybe somebody wanted something bad. Telephones ringing at night are important. You'd think they had paid attention to it. How could they expect him to answer it anyhow? He was tired and his head was plenty big. You could stick a whole phone in his ear and he couldn't even feel it. He must been drinking dynamite. Bro! This is messed up! I know it's the beginning of the book, but come on! I don't know why this is funny. I don't know why. That's fucked up. Like, you can stick a whole phone. That's really fucked up. Okay. Why didn't somebody answer that goddamn... I can't read this book now. I can't read this book. Damn it! Telephone. Hey, Joe. Front and center. Oh, yep, there we go. This is him. Here he was, sick as hell, and sound like a damn fool, making his way through the night shipping room toward the telephone. It was so noisy you wouldn't think that anybody could hear a tiny sound like its phone ringing. Yet he'd heard it above, click click of the Battle Creek wrappers and the rattle of the belt conveyors, and the howl of the rotatory ovens upstairs, and the rumble of steel root bins being held into place, and the shudder of motors in the garage being tuned up against the morning's work, and the scream of dollies that needed oil. Why the hell didn't somebody oil them? I think this is Joe saying all this shit. I think this is the main character saying all this shit. That's what I'm thinking. He walked down the middle aisle between the steel bins that were being filled with bread. He threaded his way through the floor litter of dollies and boxes and rumpled cartons and crippled loaves. The boys looked at him as he went. He remembered their faces floating by him as he moved toward the telephone. Dutch and Little Dutch, and Whitey, who took shots in his spine, and Pablo and Rudy, and all the boys. They looked at him curiously as he passed them. Maybe that he was because he was scared inside and showed it outside. He got to the phone. Hello? Hello, son. Come on home now. Alright. Mother, I'll be right there. Oh, so it was actually his mother. Let me do that thing with a voice. Hello? Hello, son. Come on home now. Alright, mother. I'll be there. He went to the lean-to office with the white glass front where Jolie Simmons, the night foreman, kept a close watch on his crew. Jodie, I got to go home. My father just died. Holy shit. Died? Gosh, kid. That's too bad. Sure, kid. Run along. Rudy, hey Rudy, grab a truck and drive Joe home. His father just died. Sure, kid, go on home. I have one of the boys punch you out. That's tough, kid. Go home. I can't wait to paraphrase this chapter now. Dang. Rudy stepped on it. It was raining outside because it was December in Los Angeles just before Christmas. The tires sizzled against the wet pavement as they went. It was the quietest night he had ever heard, except for the tires sizzling and the clatter of the Ford echoing between deserted buildings in an empty street. Rudy sure to step on it. There was a rattle somewhere back of them in the truck body that kept the same time no matter how fast they went. Rudy didn't say anything. He just drove. Well, Figueroa, past big old houses, and then smaller houses, and then on out some more to the south end. Rudy stopped the car. Thanks, Rudy. I'll let you know when everything's finished. I'll be back to work in a couple of days. Sure, Joe. That's alright. It's tough. I'm sorry. Good night. The Ford grabbed for traction, then its motor roared and it went side-slipping down the street. Water bubbled along the curve. The rain pattered down steadily. He stood there for a moment to take a good breath, and then he started for the place. The place was on the alley above a garage behind a 2-story house. To get to it, he walked down a narrow driveway which was between 2 houses close together. It was black between the houses. Rain from the 2 roofs met there and spat it down in wide puddles. With a queer wet echo like water being poured into a cistern, his feet squashed in the water as he went. He got out from the 2 houses. He saw light on over the garage. He opened the door. A rush hot air swept over him. It was hot air performed with the soap and scent-loving alcohol they used for bathing his father, and with the powder they put on him afterwards to fight off bed sores. Everything was quiet. He tiptoed upstairs with his wet shoes still squishing a little. In the living room, his father lay dead with a sheet pulled all over his face. He had been sick for a long while, and they had kept him in the living room because the glassed in porch, which was the bedroom for his father and mother and sisters, was too draughty. He walked over to his mother and touched her shoulder. She wasn't crying very hard. Did you call someone? Yes, they'll be here any time. I wanted you to be here. Oh wait, there's Joe asks his mother. Did you call someone? Yes. Yes. They'll be here anytime. I wanted you to be here first. His younger sister was still asleep on the glass in porch, but her older sister, only 13, was crumpled in a corner in her bathrobe, clenching her breath and sobbing quietly. He looked over at her. She was crying like a woman. He hadn't realized before that she was practically grown up. She had been grown up all the time, and he hadn't noticed till now, when she was crying because her father was dead. A knock came down the door downstairs. Is them. Let's go to the kitchen. It'd be better. They had a little trouble getting his sister into the kitchen, but she came quietly enough. It seemed she couldn't walk. Her face was blank, her face were big, and she was gasping more than crying. His mother sat on the stool in the kitchen and took his sister into her arms. Then he went to the head of the stairs and called down quietly. Come in. 2 men, gleaming clean colors, opened the door down there and started up the stairs. They carried a long wicker basket. Quickly, he stepped into the living room and pulled aside the sheets to have a look at his father before they reached up to the top of the stairs. He looked down at a tired face that was only 51 years old. He looked down and thought, Dad, I feel lots older than you. I was sorry for you, Dad. Things wasn't going well, and they never would have gone well for you. And it's just as good you're dead. People got to be quicker, harder these days than you were, Dad. Good night and good dreams. I won't forget you. And I'm not as sorry for you today as I was yesterday. I love you, Dad. Good night. This is gonna hit somebody. This is the feels right here. This is like somebody's feels right there. Dang. Wow. Wow. I'm not even done with chapter 1, but I feel like, dang. They came into the room. He turned and walked into the kitchen to his mother and sister. The other sister, who was only 7, still slept. There were sounds from the front room. The man's footsteps as they tiptoed around the bed. A faint whoosh of covers being thrown toward the foot. Then a sound of bed springs relaxing after 8 months' use. Then the sound of wicker squeaking as it took up the burden the bed had left off with it. Then after a heavy squeaking from all parts of the basket, a shuffling of feet moving out of the front room and down the stairs. He wondered if they were carrying the basket evenly down the stairs, or if the head was lower than the feet, or if it was in any way uncomfortable. His father performed the same task, would have carried the basket very gently. When the door at his feet, When the door at the feet of the stairs closed behind him, his mother began to shake a little. Her voice came like dry air. That's not Bill. It may seem like it, but it's not. He patted his mother's shoulder. His sister relaxed down on the floor again. That was all. And why couldn't it be all then? How many times was he going to have to go through it? It was over and finished. And why couldn't the goddamn phone ever stop ringing? Why I had to say that though? I don't want to read that word, but I know I'll be slapped after I'm done reading the book, because why you had to put that in my... Someone when I ain't gonna read this book now. He was nuttied because he had a hangover, a big hangover, and he was having bad dreams. Pretty soon, if he had to, he'd wake up and answer the phone, but somebody should do it for him, if they had any consideration at all, because he was tired and sick of it. Things were getting floaty and sickly. Things were so quiet. Things were so goddamn still. I gotta stop saying that word. I'm gonna get slapped. I'm gonna get slapped so bad because of that word. I had to skip that, but I had to read it out. Damn it. A hangover headache thumps and clatters and raises hell inside your skull. But this wasn't any hangover. He was a sick man. He was sick man, and he was not remembering things, but you think the telephone would stop ringing sometime? It wouldn't just go on forever. He couldn't go over and over the same business of answering it and hearing his father was dead, and then going home through a rainy night. He'd catch a cold if he did that much more. Besides, his father could only died once. The phone bell was just a part of a dream. Oh wow, this is going to be the end of chapter 1, maybe. Excuse me. It's what I got having cheesesteaks. It had sounded different from any other telephone bell or any other sound because it had meant death. After all, the bell was a particular kind of thing, a very particular kind of thing, as old Prof. Eldridge used to say in senior English. I was about to say senior nobles, well, accidentally though, but okay. And a particular kind of thing sticks with you, but there's no use of it sticking too close. That bell and its message and everything about it was way back in the time he was finished with it. The bell was still ringing again, way off, as if echoing through a lot of shutters. In his mind, he could hear it. He felt as if he were tied down and couldn't answer it, yet he felt if he had to answer it. The bell sounded like as lonesome as Christ ringing out in the bottom of his head, waiting for an answer. And they couldn't make connections with each ring. It seemed to get lonesomer. With each ring, he got more scared. Oh crap! There we go. He drifted again. He was hurt. He was bad hurt. The bell was fading. He was dreaming. He wasn't dreaming. He was awake even though he couldn't see. He was awake even though he couldn't hear a thing. Expect a telephone that really wasn't ringing. He was mighty scared. He remembered how when he was a kid, he read the last days of Pompeii and waking up in the middle of the dark night crying in terror with the face of suffocating in the pillow. And thinking, pillow. And thinking at the top of the one of his Colorado mountains had blown off, and that the covers were lava, and that he was entombed while yet alive, and that he would lie there dying forever. He had that same gasping feeling now. He had some cowardly gripping into his bowels. He was unchristly scared, so he gathered his strength and made it like a man buried in loose earth, clawing out with his hands towards the air. Then he sickened and choked and fainted halfway and dragged back by pain. It was all over his body like electricity. It seemed to shake him hard and then throw him back against the bed, exhausted and completely quiet. He lay there, feeling the sweat pouring out of his skin. Then he felt something else. He felt hot, damp skin all over him, and the dampness impelled him to feel his bandages. He was wrapped in them from top to bottom, even his head. He really was hurt then. The shock caused his heart to smash against his ribs. He grew prickly all over. His heart was pounding away in his chest, but he couldn't hear the pulse in his ear. Oh God, then. He was deaf. Where did he get that stuff above bomb-proof dugots? When a man in front of them could be hit so hard that the whole complicated business of his ears couldn't been blown away, leaving him deaf. So deaf he couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. He had been hit. He had been hit bad, and now he was deaf. Not just a little deaf. Not all the way deaf. He was stone deaf. He lay there for a while with the pain, abetting, and thinking, this will give me something to chew on all night, right? Alright. What's the rest of the guys? Maybe they didn't come out so lucky. There were some good boys down in that hole. How it seemed being deaf and shouting at people. You write things on paper. No, that's wrong. They write things on paper to you. It isn't anything to kick your heels and dance about. It might be worse. Only when you're deaf, you're lonesome. You're God-forsaken. I'm sorry I'm laughing, but this is not funny. This is serious, though. So he never hear again. Well, there were a hell of a lot of things he didn't want to hear again. He never wanted to hear that little cassant sound of a machine gun, or high whistle of a .75 coming down fast, or slow thunder as it hit, or the whine of an airplane overhead or the yells of a guy trying to explain to somebody that he's got a bullet in his belly, and that his breath is coming out, though in front of him. And why wouldn't somebody stop going forward and give him a hand? Only nobody can hear him. They were scared. They were so scared themselves. The hell with it. Things were going in and out of focus. It was like looking into one of these magnified shaving mirrors, and then moving it forward you and away from you. He was sick, probably out of his mind. He was badly hurt, and he was lonesome deaf, but he was also alive. But he could still hear, far away, a sharp sound of a telephone bell. He was sinking and rising and then going in lazy, quiet, black circles. Everything was alive with sound. He was nuts, alright. He caught a glimpse of the big ditch where he and the other guys used to go swimming in Colorado before he came to Los Angeles, before he came to the bakery. He could hear the splash of water as Art did one of his high drives. He was a fool for driving so far. He can't the rest of us do it. He looked out across of the rolling meadows of Grand Mesa, 11,000 feet in the sky, and saw acres of columbines stirring in a cool August breeze, and heard far off the roar of mountain streams. He saw his father pulling a sled with his mother on it one Christmas morning. He heard the fresh snow squiggling under the runners of the sled. The sled was his Christmas present, and his mother was laughing like a girl, and his dad was grinning in his slow, wrinkly way. I'm trying to read this. I'm just going so damn fast. Okay. They have seemed to have a good time. His mother and his father, especially Dan. They used to flirt with each other right in front of him before the girls were born. Do you remember this? Do you remember that? I cried. You talked like this. You wore your hair so. You picked me up, and I remember how strong you were. You put me on old Frank because he was gentle, and after that we rode across the river on the ice with old Frank picking his way carefully like a dog. You remember the telephone when you were courting me. I remember everything when I was courting you, even the gainer that used to rush and hiss at me when I took you in my arms. You remember the telephone when you were courting me, silly. I remember then you remember the party line going 18 miles long, Cold Creek Valley, and only 5 customers. I remember. The way you look with your big eyes and your smooth forehead. You haven't changed. You remember the telephone line, how new it was. Oh, it was lonely out there with nobody in there, or 4 miles and nobody really in the world but you. And me waiting for the telephone to ring. It rang 2 times for us, remember? 2 rings, and you were calling from the grocery store when the store was closed. And the receivers all along the line, all 5 of them, going click click. Bill is calling matcha, click click. This is funny because it was like remembering. And then your voice, how funny it was to hear your voice the first time over a telephone, how wonderful it was. Hello, Musa. Hello, Bill. How are you? I'm fine. Are you, Joe, with work? Yes, just finished the dishes. I suppose everybody's listening again tonight. I suppose. They don't know. I love you. You think that was enough for them? Maybe I wasn't. Marcia, why don't you play a piece on the piano? Alright, Bill, which one? Whatever one you like. I like them all. Alright, Bill. Wait till I fix the receiver. And then all the way on Coal Creek, way west on the other side of the mountains, from Denver, music tinkling over the telephone wires. They were brand new and wonderful. His mother before she thought particularly of becoming his mother would go over to the piano, the only one on Coal Creek, the play the beautiful Blue Ohio, or perhaps My Pretty Red Wing. She would play in Clear Dough, and his father in Shell City would be his listening and thinking, isn't it beautiful? I can sit there 8 miles away to hold a little piece of black business to my ear and hear off the music of Masa. Or is that Maka? I think it's Maka. I think. My beautiful Marka. Could you hear it, Bill? Yes, it was lovely. Then somebody else maybe 6 miles or down the line would break into the conversation without being ashamed at all. Matcha, I just picked up the hook and heard you were playing. Why don't you play after the ball is over? Clem like to hear it if you don't mind. His mother would go back to the piano and play after the ball is over, and Clem somewhere would be listening to the music, or maybe the first time in 3 or 4 months. Farmers' wives would be sitting in their work, do receivers to their ears, listening to, and getting dreamy and thinking about the things their husbands wouldn't suspect. As it went to with everybody up and down the lonesome bed of Coal Creek, asking his mother to play a favorite piece, and his father's listening from Shell City and liking it, but perhaps growing a little bit impatient occasionally and saying to himself, I wish people out on Coal Creek will understand that this is a courtship, not a concert. Sounds everywhere. With the bow fading out and returning him so sick in death, he wanted to die. He was wallowing in blackness, and far away the telephone bell was ringing with nobody there to answer it. A piano was tinkling far, far away, and he knew his mother was playing it for his dead father before his father was dead, and before she had any thought of him, her son. The piano kept time with the bell, and the bell with the piano, and in the back of it there was fixed silence and yearning to listen and lonesomeness. Now the moon shines tonight on pretty red wing. The birds are singing, the night wind crying. Wow. This was just the first chapter, too. Damn. The first chapter was the damn feels already. I didn't even... It was pretty funny because it was saying, like, sounds, ringing. Pick up the fucking phone already. Like, pick up the phone, but it actually was... Damn. Excuse me for me, like, bourbon and all that. I know it's disgusting, but still. I'm gonna put the book down, like, gonna have a little break or whatever. But, I'm gonna stop having too much long breaks, but I'm gonna drink water a little bit. Chapter 1, actually, I never put the book down, because it was his memories of his dad, dying, and his mom playing a piano. And the phone ringing. So he's remembering the phone, but he can't hear the phone. He's deaf. So we're actually now saying, oh yeah, this guy can't hear nothing now. So Joe can hear nothing, but he can remember the sounds. So now we're in... I hope one of the chapters saying like how he loses his arms and legs. Let's hope we can find it out. Let's read chapter 2. I mean, chapter 1 was like about like him being in the past and he's out in the hospital because he's got hit really bad. We don't know what he got hit by. That's the thing we don't know. What Joe got hit by. He remembered the phone was supposed to be death. He remembered his mom playing the piano for him. His father. And he remembers everyone that he... So he remembered his sisters, he remembered his mother, he remembered the death of his father, and before that too. So that's very interesting. Let me read chapter 2 now and find out what's going on now. His mother was singing in the kitchen. He could hear her singing there, and the sound of her voice was the sound of home. She sang the same tune over and over again. She never sang the words to it, just the tune, in a kind of absent voice, as if she were thinking of something else, and the singing were only a way of killing time. When she was busiest, she always sang. It was the fall of the year. The poplars and cottonwoods had turned red and yellow. His mother was working and singing in the kitchen over the old coal-burning stove. She was stirring apple butter in a big crock. Big crock. Oh, I understand. Or she was canning peaches. The peaches sent a rich, spicy smell through the whole house. She was making jelly. The pulp from the fruit hanging in a flour sack all over the cooler part of the stove. Though the juices oozed stickily down into a pan. The pan had a thick pinkish cream scum around its edges. In the center, the juice was clear and red. She was baking bread. She baked bread twice a week. She kept a jar of a starter in the icebox from baking time to baking time, and she had never had time to worry about yeast. The bread was heavy and brown, and sometimes it swelled 2 or 3 inches over the top of the pan. When she took it out of the oven, she smeared the brown crust with butter and let it cool. But even the butter on the bread were the rolls. She baked them to come out of the oven just before supper. They were steaming hot, and you put butter inside them, and it melted, and then you put jam on them, or apricot preserves with nuts in the syrup. That's all you wanted for supper, though. Although you had to eat other things, of course. I actually like chapter 2 though. This is like the beginning of this chapter. I actually enjoyed this book. Don't get me wrong. This is good. On summer afternoons, you took a thick slice of bread and you put cold butter on it. Then you sprinkled sugar all over the butter, and then was better than cake. How's it better than cake? Okay, I'm not gonna ask. Or you get a thick slice of Bermuda onion and put it between 2 slabs of bread and butter, and nobody anywhere in the world had anything more delicious to eat. I am not roasting you, okay? Oh god, my head's gonna kill me today. In the fall, his mother worked from day to day and from week to week. Scarcely even getting out of the kitchen. She canned potatoes and cherries and raspberries and blackberries and plums and apricots. Let me spell that. Oh my god. Okay. Where is it? Oh, there it is. What is that? Oh. Okay, I need to know how to pronounce it. Where's the word? I mean, how to pronounce it? So, I'm sorry. I had to... Oh my god! Oh no! It's a dessert. I thought it's a definition. Oh shit! Oh, define, definition, whatever.
Apricot.
Oh, apricot. Oh, fuck. I actually suck. Oh, put your tongue back, Dan. That was disgusting. I should have even stick my fucking tongue out and I fucking did. Where is it? No, okay, there it is. And apricots. And made jams and jellies and preserves and chili sauces. And while she worked, she sang. She sang the same rhythm in an absent voice without words, as if she were thinking of something else. All the while. There was a hamburger man down on 5th in Maine. He was slight and stooped and pesty face, and always glad to talk with anyone who stopped by his stand. He was the only burger man in Shell City. So he had a monopoly on the business. People said he was a dope friend. Oh, dope fiend. And that in some time he would get dangerous. But he never did. And he made the best burgers anyone ever ate. He had a gas flare over his glass plate, and you could smell the wonderful odor of onions flying there from a block on the other side of his stand. He came out about 5 or 6 in the afternoon and made hamburgers until 10 or 11. You had to wait if you wanted a sandwich. His mother loved Hamburger Man sandwiches. On Saturday nights, his father worked late at the store. He would go downtown on Saturday nights and wait until his father got his paycheck. At about 9:45, when the store was getting ready to close, his father would give him 30 cents for free hamburgers. He would rush with his money over to the hamburger man to get a place in line. He would order free hamburgers to go with lots of onions and sweet mustard. I actually now want hamburgers now. Oh no. Okay. By the time the order was filled, his father would already be on the way home. The hamburger man would put the sandwiches in the bag, and he would put the bag inside of his shirt, next to his body. Then he would run all the way home, so that the hamburgers would still be warm. He would run though the sharp autumn nights, feeling the heat of the hamburgers next to his stomach. Each Saturday night, he would try to beat last Saturday's time. The sandwiches would be even warmer. He would get home and pull them out of his shirt, and his mother would eat one right away. By the time his father would be home too, it was great Saturday night feast. The girls would be in bed being so young, and it seemed to him that he had his father and mother completely to himself. He was in a way grown up. He envied the hamburger man. Oh, he envied the hamburger man because the hamburger man could have all the sandwiches he wanted. In the fall, snow came. Usually there was snow for Thanksgiving, but sometimes it didn't come until middle of December. The first snowfall, was the most wonderful thing on earth. His father always waked him early. His voice, it clung to everything it touched. Sorry. Okay. Okay, where is it? Everything it touched. Okay. Even the wire fence around the chicken coop in the backyard would hold the snow maybe a half an inch deep. The chickens never stopped being puzzled and alarmed about the first snow. They would walk carefully in it and shake their feet and the roosters would talk about it, complaining all day long. The outbuildings were always beautiful, and the fence post would have a cup 4 inches high. The birds in vacant lots would make little little patterns in the snow, cross up once in a while by a rabbit track. His father never failed to wake him up early when the snow fell. The first he rushed to the window to look, then he got into his heavy clothes and his muckenhall and his boots and his sharpened sheepskin gloves and took his flexible flyer and went out with the rest of the kids and didn't come back till his feet were numb and his nose was frosty. The snow was a wonderful thing. In the spring, there were primroses all over the vacant lots. They opened in the morning and closed when the sun grew hot, and then opened again in the evening. Each evening, the kids went on primrose hunts. They brought back great bouquets of white flowers as big as your hand, and you put them in flat bowls of water. On May Day, they made baskets filled with them. Primrose hiding in a little candy benefit, hiding a little candy beneath the flowers. When it was dark, they went from house to house and left a basket and knocked on the door and ran away fast into the night. Lincoln BG came to town. It was the first airplane Shaw City ever saw. They had it in a tent in the middle of the racetrack over in the fairgrounds. The day in and the day out, people filled through the tent looking at it. It seemed to be all wired and cloth. People couldn't understand how a man would risk his life just on the strength of wire. On the strength of wire. One little wire go wrong and it meant the end of Lincoln Beachy. Away up in the front of the plane ahead, the propellers was a little seat with a stick in front of it. That was where the great aviator sat. Okay. Everyone in Shaw City was pleased with the idea of Lincoln Beachy coming to town. It was a wonderful thing. Shaw City was really becoming a metropolis. Lincoln Beachy didn't stop at every little stick in the mud town. He stopped only in places like Denver and Shaw City, Salt Lake City, and he was going on to San Francisco. The whole town turned out the day Lincoln Beachy looped and looped. He did it 5 times. It was the damnedest thing anybody ever saw. Mr. Hargraves, who was a superintendent of schools, made a speech before the flight. He told about how the invention of the airplane was the greatest step forward man had ever made in 100 years. The airplane, said Mr. Wargraves, would cut down the distance between nations and peoples. The airplane would be a great instrument into making people understand one another and making people love one another. The airplane, said Mr. Graves, was ushering in a new era of peace and prosperity and mutual understanding. Everyone would be friends, said Mr. Hargraves. When the airplane knitted the world together so that people of the world understood each other. After the speech, Lincoln Beachy looped 5 times and left town. A couple of months later, his airplane fell into San Francisco Bay, and Lincoln Beachy was drowned. She felt as it was had lost a resident. Shaw City monitor ran an okay. Okay. Where is it? Where was it? Okay. Was resident the Soul City Montier ran an editorial. It said that even though the great Lincoln Beachy was dead, the plane, the instrument of peace, the knitter together of peoples will go on. His birthday fell in December. Each birthday his mother cooked a big dinner, and he and his friends all over to the house. Each of his friends also had birthday dinners, so there were at least 6 big affairs during the year for the guys to get together. They unusually had chicken, and then there was always a birthday cake and ice cream. The guys all brought presents. He would never forget the time. Glenn Hogan brought them a pair of brown silk socks. That was before he had long trousers. The socks seemed to mean a step forward into a grown-up future. They were very handsome. After the party, he put them on and started at them for a long while. He got the long pants to go with them 3 months later. The guys all liked his father, probably because his father liked the guys. After the dinner was over, his father always took him to a show. They always put on their mediocre... Is it mediocre? No. Is it... Mackinaws. Okay. And go outside into the snow and tramp down to Ellison Theater. It was a great feeling, warm on the inside from the food and your face cold on the outside from zero air, and to the show to look forward to. He could hear their footsteps squeaking in the snow even now. Even he could see his father leading the pack down to the Elysium. He remembered that the shows were always good. In the fall there was the county fair. There were bucking broncos on steers to be bulldoged, and bareback Indian races and trotting races. There were always a bunch of Indian headed by the great squirrel Chipetta. A street in Shell City was named after her. The town of Ouray, Colorado, had been named after Chief Ouray, her husband. The Indians Chipetta brought with her didn't much to be but squat around and stared, but Chipetta herself was full of smiles and talk about the early days. A carnival to the town during the fair, and you could see a woman cut in half with motorcycle riders defying death inside a straight up and down circular wall. In the main auditorium of the fairgrounds, there were canned fruits gleaming through mason jars and displays of embroidery and rows of cakes and piles of bread and huge squashes and extra fancy potatoes. In the livestock pens, there were steers that looked as square as an outhouse, and pigs almost as big as crows. Oh, as cows. Whoops! As big as cows, thoroughbred chickens. Fair Week was the biggest week of the year, and in a way even bigger than Christmas. You brought whips with tassels on the ends, and it was a mark of favor if you flicked the leg of a girl you liked. There was a small about the fairgrounds you never forgot. A small you never ceased dreaming of. He would always smell it was somewhere back in his mind as long as he lived. In the summer they went out to the big ditch north of town and stripped all of their clothes and laid on its banks and talked. The water would be warm from the summer air, and the heat would be rising off the brown-gray land like steam. They would swim for a little while, when they would go back on the bank and sit around all naked and tanned, talk. Oh, tan and talk. Okay. They would talk about bicycles and girls and dogs and guns. They would talk about camping trips and rabbit hunting and girls and fishing. They would talk about the hunting knives they all wanted, but only Glenn Hogan had. They would talk about girls. When they came of an age to take girls out on dates, they would always took them to the pavilion, the pavilion in the fairgrounds. They would begin to get very dressy. They talk about the ties with the matching handkerchiefs, and they wore brogue shoes and shirts that had bright red and green and yellow stripes in them. Glenn Hogan had 7 silk shirts. He had most of the girls, too. He got to be in an important matter whenever or not you had a car. And it was a very humiliating thing to walk your girl to the pavilion. So it's like you didn't have enough money to go to the dance. So you would drive lazily by the fairgrounds and hear the music coming through the night from the pavilion. The songs had all meaning, and the words were very serious. You felt all swelled up inside, and you wished you were over there at the pavilion. You wondered who your girl was dancing with. Then you would light a cigarette and talk about something else. It was quite a thing to light a cigarette. You only did it at night when nobody would see you. You made a serious business of holding the cigarette in properly careless fashion. And the first guy in the bunch able to inhale was the greatest guy on the earth until the rest caught up with him. Down at Jim O'Connell's cigarette store, the old man sat around and talked about the war. O'Connell's was very cool in the back room. Before Colorado went dry, it was a saloon, and it had the smell of beer and the floorboards on the damp days. The old man sat there on high chairs and watched the pool tables and spat on big brass spittoons and talked about England and France, and in the end about Russia. Russia was always on the point of starting a big offensive that would push the goddamn Germans right back on Berlin. That would be the end of your war. Then his father decided to leave Shaw City. They went to Los Angeles. Then he became conscious for the first time about the war. He waited till the War of Romania entered. It seemed very important. He never heard of Romania except in geography classes. But in entirely Romania into the war occurred on the same day. The Los Angeles newspaper carried the story of 2 young Canadian soldiers had been crucified by the Germans in full view of their comrades across no man's land. That made the Germans nothing better than animals, and naturally you got interested and wanted Germany to get the tar kicked out of her. Oh no! Everybody talked about the oil wells and the wheat fields of Romania and how they supply the Allies, and surely was the end of the war. But the Germans walked right through Romania, and they took Bucharest and Creamery had to leave her palace. Then his father died, and America entered the war. He had to come to, and here he was. The lay he fought, oh, Joe, This is no place for you. This was no war for you. That wasn't any of your business. Why do you care about making the world safe for democracy? All you wanted to do, Joe, was to live. You were born and raised in good, healthy country of Colorado. And you have no more to do with Germany or England or France or even Washington, D.C. than you have to do with the man in the moon. Yet you are here, and it was none of your affair. You are Joe, and you're hurt worse than you think. You're hurt bad. Maybe it would be a lot better if you were dead and buried on the hills across the river of Shaw City. Maybe there are more things wrong with you than you expect, Joe. Oh, why the hell did you ever get into the mess anyhow? Because it wasn't your fight, Joe. You never knew what the fight was all about. God! Fuck! No, I had to... No. Fuck no. Fuck. Dude, chapter 2 was fucking lit. Fuck. So technically, chapter 2 was like about more of the past. And fuck, good thing I got tissues, man. Fuck. Or else I'll be crying yet. Damn. Hearing that from your dead father and saying that, like, why the fuck did you fight a war that you're not supposed to be fighting in? Oh my god, I'm crying right now, dude. Holy shit, that was good. God. I think I won't be able to finish this book today. Oh my god, I'm starting to cry. Like, damn, like, fuck. Like, why the hell do you fought the war and it's not your affair? He's like, Joe, you're Joe. You're not a soldier. Why are you fighting the war that's not yours? This fight's not yours. Oh, God, that was good. Oh, man, I had to put the book down a bit because I'm really starting to cry right there. Like, shit. Like, fucking hell. Why you said it to your son, no? Oh, damn. Oh my god. Oh. I might need a break, guys. I'm sorry. I might need to take a break. Oh my god. I need to look at that last page again. That was fucking great. This last page was... He laid and fought. Oh, Joe, there's no place for you. This was no war for you. This thing wasn't any of your business. Why do you care about making the world safe for democracy? All you wanted to do, Joe, was to live. You were born and raised in the good, healthy country of Colorado, and you have no more to do with Germany or England or France or even Washington, D.C. than you have to do with the man in the moon. Yet here you are, and here was none of your affair. The last part said you could be dead. Like, you could be buried. It'd be a lot better if you were dead and buried on the hill across the river from Shaw City. So, this thing was... He shouldn't been in the First World War to begin with. So, I'm gonna say... Maybe... Let me put my tissues on here. Maybe, the second chapter was, like, all the good things in Shaw City. And he left to Los Angeles. So, the first chapter, he was already in Los Angeles. So, the question was... The second, I was about to cry because that part was fucking good. I think I will be able to finish this book. Maybe I might be able to. I don't know. God, that was good. Chapter 2's ending got me like, oh, fuck, I'm crying now. Fuck. Like, God, no. No. This is like a 400-page book, I think. I don't know. Damn. Someone come into my room. Because I heard someone's door open, like, uh-oh. I'm going to take a little break because everybody pees, everybody poops. Okay, I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to turn my microphone off now, and I'll come back real quick. I'm sorry. I'm back. Just like cancer. This canon. That joke is not valid. Okay. Okay. So in chapter 2, was about more of the past and about Shell City before Joe moved to Los Angeles. So let's start with chapter 3. Oh no! Oh no, this is it. This is when he's gonna lose his stuff. Oh no. He shot up through cold waters, wondering whenever he ever make the surface or not. That was a lot of guff about the people sinking 3 times and then drowning. He'd been rising and sinking for days, weeks, months. Where could he tell? Who could tell? But he hadn't drowned. As he come into the surface each time, he fainted into reality. As he went down again, he fainted into nothingness. Long, slow faints, all of them while he struggled for air and life. He was fighting too hard and he knew it. A man can't fight anyways. If he's drowning or suffocating, he got to be smart and hold back some of his strength for the last and the death struggle. The death struggle, okay. He lay back quietly because he was no fool. If you lie back, you can float. You can float. He used to float a lot when he was a kid. He knew how to do it. His last strength was going into that fight when all he had to do was float. What a fool. They were working on him. It took him a while to understand this because he couldn't hear them. Then he remembered that he was deaf. It was funny to lie there and having people in the room who were touching you, watching you, doctoring you, and yet not within hearing distance. The bandages were still all over his head, so he couldn't see them either. He only knew the way out there is in the darkness beyond the reach of his ears. People were working over him and trying to help him. They were taking part of his bandages off. He could feel the coolness, the sudden drying of sweat on his left side. They were working on his arm. He felt the pinch of a sharp little instrument grabbing something and getting a little bit of his skin with each grab. He didn't jump. He simply lay there because he had to save his strength. He tried to figure out why they were pinching him. Each little pinch, there was a little pull in the flesh of his upper arm and unpleasant point of a heart. Of a heat like friction. The pulling kept on into short little jerks, with his skin getting hot each time. It hurt. He wished they stopped. It itched. He wished that they scratched him. He froze over stiff and rigid like a dead cat. There was something wrong about it. This was picking and pulling and frictioning heat. He could feel the things they were doing to his arm, and yet he couldn't rightly feel his arm at all. It was like he felt inside his arm. It was like he felt the end of his arm. The nearest thing he could think of the end of his arm was the heel of his hand. But the heel of his hand, the end of his arm, was high as his shoulder. Oh Jesus Christ! They cut off his left arm. They cut it right off of at the shoulder. He could feel it plain now. Oh God! Why they do a thing like that to him? They couldn't do that. The dirty. They couldn't do it. The dirty bastards. They couldn't do it. They didn't have a paper sign or something. Don't make me cry right now. What the fuck? Don't make me cry right now. You made me cry in the end of the second chapter. Don't make me cry right now. they had the paper signed or something. It was the law. You just can't go out and cut a man's arm off without asking him, without getting permission, because he's a man? Because a man's arm is his own, and he needs it? Oh, Jesus, I have to work with that arm. What did you cut it off? Don't make me cry. Don't make me cry again, come on! Why did you cut off my arm off? Answer me, why did you cut off my arm off? Why did you? Why did you? Why did you? He went down into the water again and fought, and then came up with his belly jumping and his throat aching. All the time that he was under the water fighting with only one arm to get back, he was having conversation with himself about how this thing couldn't possibly happen to him, only it had. So they cut my arm off. How am I going to work now? Don't they think of that? Don't they think of anything about doing it in their own way? Just another guy with a hole in his arm? Let's cut it off? What do you say, boys? Sure, cut the guy's arm off. Wow. Shit. Sure, cut the guy's arm out. Damn, that's like what democracy is, though. Shit. Sure, cut the guy's arm off. It takes a lot of work and a lot of money to fix up a guy's arm. This is war, and war is hell. And what the hell? And so, to hell with it. Come on, boys, watch this. Pretty slick, hey? He's down in the bed and can't say anything. And his tough luck. And we're tired. And this is a stinking war anyhow. So let's cut this damn thing off and be done with it. My arm, they cut off my arm. So that stump there. That used to be my arm. Oh sure, I had an arm. I was born with one. I was just normal, just like you. I could hear, and I had a left arm like anybody. But what do you think of those lazy bastards cutting it off? How's that? I can't even hear it either. I can't hear. Write it down. Put it on a piece of paper. I can read all right, but I can't hear. Put it down on a piece of paper and hand the paper to to my right arm, because I have no left arm. Damn. Why? Why? And for me as a lefty, that would be hell for me. That would be hell for me with my whole left arm. My left arm. I wonder why they're done with it. When you cut a man's arm off, you have to do something with it. You just can't leave it lying around. Do you send it to hospitals so guys can pick it into pieces to see how an arm works? Do you wrap it up into an old newspaper and throw it onto the junk heap? Do you bury it? After all, it is a part of a man, a very important part of a man, and it should be treated respectfully. Do you take it out and bury it and say a little prayer? You should because it's human flesh and it died young and it deserves a good send-off. My ring. There was a ring on my hand. What have you done with it? Karen, give it to me. I want it back. I can wear it on the other hand. I got to have it because it means something important. If you stolen it, I'll turn you into as soon as I get these bandages off. You thieving bastards, you! If you stolen it, you grave robbers, because my arm that is gone is dead, and then you taking the ring from it, and you robbed the dead. That's what you done? Oh man, where is my ring? Karen's ring. Before I go under again. I want the ring. You got to get you got the arm. Isn't that enough? Where's my ring? Karen's ring. Our ring, please. Where is it? The hand it was on is dead. It wasn't meant to be on rotten flesh. It was meant always to be on a living finger, on a living hand, because it meant life. My mother gave it to me. It was real. It's a real moonstone. You can wear it. It won't fit. The little finger. Silly. Tried the little finger. Oh. So as I said, it would fit. Little smug. Oh, Joe, I'm scared. Kiss me again. We shouldn't turn the lights out. You're old. You're old. You're old. Man'll be sore. Kiss me. Mike won't care. He understands. Little Mick. Don't go. Please don't go, Joe. When you're drafted, you got to go. Oh, this is when he got drafted. Fuck. This is about his girlfriend now. Say, when you're drafted, you got to go. They'll kill you. Maybe I don't think so. Lots of people get killed. Who don't think? So don't go, Joe. Lots of people come back. I love you, Joe. Little Muck. I'm not Little Muck. I'm Bohunk. That's funny. That's very funny. You were half and half, but you look Mick. You got eyes and hair like a little Mick. Oh, Joe. Don't cry, Karen. Please don't cry. Suddenly, a shadow fell across them, and then they both looked up. Stop that. Stop it. Goddamn you. Oh, Mike man. How did he get into the house so quietly? He was standing above them in the darkness, glaring down. They both lay there on the sofa and started. He looked like an overgrown dwarf because his back was crooked from 28 years in the coal mines of Wyoming. 28 years in the mines with an IWW red card and damning everybody. He stood and glared down at him, and they made no move. I have no business going in my home. I have none of this business going in my home. You think this is the backseat of a Lavier? Now get up like a couple decent people. Go on. Get up from there, Karen. Karen got up. She was only 5'1". Mike swore it was because she didn't have enough food when she was a kid, but probably that wasn't the truth because her mother had been small and Karen was perfectly formed and healthy and beautiful. So beautiful, Mike was liable to aggressive when he got excited. Karen looked up at old Mike unafraid. He's going away in the morning. I know, girl. Get into the bedroom, both of you. Maybe you never get another chance. Go, Karen. Karen took one look at him, and then her head bent as if were a busy child thinking about something. Walked in the bathroom. Go on in there, boy. She's scared. Go in and put your arm around her. I think he's probably telling her, go in the bathroom and fuck my daughter. Oh, now I remember. This is like in the movie now. I remember now. Oh, man, I can actually picture that now. Because I saw the movie. Wow. I seen it. So go in there. He started to go, then he felt Mike's grip along his shoulder. Mike was looking straight into his face, and even in the dark, his eyes could be seen. You know how to treat her, don't you? She's no whore. You know, don't you? Yes. Go to bed, boy. He turned and went into the bedroom, and the electric candle was burning on the side of the bureau. In the corner of the room, beyond the candle, Karen was standing. Her waist was off laying on the chair beside her. She was wearing a slip as he came, and she was twisted around and down in a little toward her hip, where her hands were trying to undo the fastening of her skirt. She looked up and saw him and just looked without moving her hands or something. She looked at him and like she was seeing him for the first time and didn't know whenever to like him or not. She looked at him in the way made him want to cry. He walked over and put his arms around her carefully. She leaned to him with her forehead against his chest. She turned away and went over to the bed. She put the covers down and climbed into her clothes and all. She kept her eyes on him all the time, as if she was afraid he might be a sharp word or a laugh or go away. She made quiet movements under the covers, and then her clothes began to drop over the side of the bed between the covers. When they were all over the floor beds beside the bed, she smiled at him. He started to slowly to take off his shirt, not moving his eyes from her. She looked around the room and frowned. Joe, turn your back. Why? I want to get out of the bed. Why? There's something I forgot. Turn your back. No, please. No, I get it for you. I want to get it myself. Turn your back. No, I want to see you. You can't, Joe. Get my robe. Alright, I'll do that. It's in a closet. It's red. Ah, I've seen that in the movie too. Man, this actually reminds me of Johnny Got His Gun movie because I've seen the movie. Man, this is so much familiar now. He went to the closet and got her robe. It was a thin little thing with flowers printed on it. And it wasn't enough to cover anybody, really. He took it over to the bed, holding it a little distance from her. Bring it closer. Reach for it. She laughed and then she reached out quick and snatched it from him and back under the and back under the covers. So she had to reach so far, and he saw the curve of her breast. She laughed softly all the while. She struggled under the covers, putting the robe on and putting it down as if she had played a great joke on him. Then she threw the covers back and jumped out of the bed and ran in her bare feet into the living room. He saw the bottomness of her feet as they were whisked to the floor. They had 2 acres, one on one though, the instep, and the other that crossed into rising delicately into the ball of her foot and fading away toward the heel. He thought how beautiful her feet are, how strong and beautiful they are. She came back with a ball filled with red germanins. 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 Oh, germalums. Oh, germalums. Okay. She took them over to a little table that stood in front of the window. She opened the window and then turned slowly around to face him. She was leaning against a little table and kind of hanging onto her hands at the same time. If you really want to see me, but if you don't want to see me, too, I don't want it. She walked over to the closet and turned her back and slipping up the robe. Then she turned around watching her feet all the time. Went over to the bed and she slipped between the covers. He turned out the light and took his clothes and got into the bed beside her. He threw his arm around her a little carelessly, as if it were all an accident. She lay very quietly. He moved his leg. A little puff of air came up between the covers, and he could smell her. Clean flesh, and the smell of soap and sheets. He put his leg next to hers. She whirled to him and threw both of her arms around his neck. Hold him tight. Oh, Joe, I don't want you to go. You think I want to go? I'm afraid. Of me? No. Oh no. Little Mick is nice like this. Is nice like this, isn't it? Were you ever like with anyone before? No, not with anyone I love. I'm glad. It's the truth. You shouldn't ask that. Why? Because I'm a lady, you little Mick. I never was, I know. But you couldn't know, oh Joe, I let you run away and not go. There, my left arm under you, like a cushion. Kiss me. Sleep, little Mick. Darling, oh darling. Oh, my dear, my dear. my. They didn't sleep very much. Sometimes they dozed off and wakened and found they were apart and came back to each other and held one another tightly, very tight as if they had never lost forever. And they just found each other all and they just had found each other all over again. And all night long, Mike was staring through the house and coughing and mumbling. When morning came, he stood over her bed, holding bread broad.
I was gonna read.
No, what? When morning came, he stood over their bed, holding a breadboard with has two breakfasts on it. Here, you kids eat. Tough old Mike standing there, gentle and grizzled and fierce, with bloodshot, painful eyes. Mike had been in jail too many times not to be good. But old Mike, who hated everybody, he hated Wilson, he hated Hughes, and he hated Roosevelt, and he hated the socialists because they have the only big talk and milk in their veins for blood. He even hated Debs, a little, although not much, 28 years old in the coal mine, had fixed him up for a fine heater. No, I'm a railroad bull. Goddamn me, a railroad bull. How's that for a filthy way to make a living? Mike, who has crossed back from the mine, standing there with their breakfast. Hey, here, kids, hurry up and eat. You ain't got that much time. They ate. Mike went grumbling off and came into the room again. When they had eaten and laid for a while, looking at each other at the ceiling and discussed their food, you rubbled. I did not. Besides, it wasn't nice for you to mention it. Was you, Ennio? It was a cute little rumble. I liked it. You're terrible. You get up first. No, you get up first. Oh, Joe, kiss me. Don't go. Hurry up, you damn kids. Get up. I'll count to 3. They jumped out of bed. It was chilly. They shut up and laughed at each other and never got dressed for wanting to suck the kid and kiss. Hurry up, you damn kids. You missed a train. And then Joe, you be shot by Americans instead of Germans. That would be a goddamn shame. I fucking hate that word. I don't know why he put it in the book. There were 4 trainloads of them leaving that morning, and then it was a terrible crowd at the station. The whole station and the cars and even locomotives were draped with bunting, and the children and women mostly carried flags, little flags that waved vacantly. There were free bands all seeming to play at once, and lots of officers herding people around the songs, and the mayor giving in the dress, and people crying and losing each other, laughing and drunk. His mother and sisters were there, and Karen was there, and Mike was there, muttering goddamn fools and glaring at everybody, watching Karen sharply. And their lives is necessary that democracy may not perish from the face of the earth. It's a long way. Temporary is a long way to go. Don't be scared, Karen. It's all right. As all the great patriot Patrick Henry said, Johnny, get your gun, get your gun, get your gun. As the great patriot George Washington said, goodbye, Mother, goodbye, Catherine, goodbye, Elizabeth. I send back half of my pay, and Dad's insurance will hold out till I get back. And we won't be back till it's over there. Step lively, boy. You're in the army now. Pack up your troubles in your own kit bag and smile, smile, smile. As the great patriot Abraham Lincoln said, where's my boys, where's my boy? Oh wait, he said, where's my boy, where's my boy, where's my boy? He's underage, can't you see? He just came up from Tucson about About a week ago. They have him in jail for a tramp, and I came all the way here to get him back. They let him out of jail, and if he joined the army, he was only 16, except he was big and strong for his age. He was a ways was. He was too young, I tell you. He's just a baby. Where is my little boy? Goodbye, Ma. Goodbye, Pa. Goodbye, Mole. With your old hee-haw. As the great patriot Roosevelt said, America, I love you. You're like a sweetheart to me. Don't go, Joe. Run away and they kill you. I know I will never see you again. Oh, Karen, why don't why don't they have a war right now? Just when we find each other? Karen, we got more important things than war. Us, Karen, you and me in the house. I come home at night to you in my house, your house, our house. We will have fat, happy kids, smart kids too. That's more important than war. Oh, Karen. I looked at you, and you're only 19, and you're only old, like an old woman, Karen. I looked at you, and I cry inside, and I bleed. Just a baby's prayer at the twilight, when the lights are low, as the great patriot Woodrow Wilson has said, there's a silver ling down the dark cloud shining. All aboard. Over there. Goodbye, son. Write us. We'll make it out. We'll make out. Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, Catherine. Goodbye, Elizabeth. Don't cry. For you are Los Angeles' own. May God bless you. May God give us victory. All aboard. The Yanks are coming. Let's play. Our Father which art in heaven. I can't pray. Karen can't pray. Karen, this is no time to pray. Thy will be done on earth as is in heaven. Karen, I don't want to go. I'm gonna stay here and be with you and work and make money and have kids and love you. But I got to go. For fine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Goodbye, Mike. Goodbye, Karen. I love you, Karen. Oh, say, can you see? Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, Catherine. Goodbye, Elizabeth. What's so proud that we held you in my arms, Karen, forever. Whose broad stripes and bright stars. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, my son, father, brother, lover, husband. Goodbye, my mother, father, brother, sister, sweetheart, wife. Goodbye, and goodbye. Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Goodbye, Joe. Goodbye, Karen. Joe, dear, darling Joe, hold me closer. Drop your bag and put your arms around me. And hold me tightly. Put your both arms around me, both of them. You in both of my arms, Karen, goodbye. Both of my arms, Karen in my arms, both of them. My arms. I'm fainting in and fainting out all the time, Karen, and I'm not catching on quick. You're in my arms, Karen. You're in both of my arms. Both. I have got any arms, Karen. My arms are gone. All my arms are gone, Karen. Both of them. They're gone. Karen, they cut my arms off. Both of my arms. Oh, Jesus, Mother God. Karen, they cut off both of my arms. Both of them. Oh, Jesus, Mother God. Karen, my arms. Damn. Wow. Fucking hell. We're not even near the end. This is like getting freaking good. Oh my God. Oh man. So chapter 3, we talk about Joe and Karen and how they were together and they love each other. Karen wants him to stay, but Joe has to stay home. I mean, has to go. He was drafted. But during the time, like time before women have rights around the time, men were drafted to go to war. And, nowadays, in modern days, women are allowed to be drafted now. If you understand what I mean. The only thing that's gonna suck, that getting drafted to war freaking sucks. And you leave that morning. You seen this girl a lot of times, and then now this time he's saying my arms are gone because because this is his memory, and he's remembering his good times, and he's like, wait, my arms are gone, Karen. They cut off my arms, and I was about to fucking cry again. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, this is the second time I'm crying in this freaking story. This freaking book is making me fucking cry. I'm not terrified. This book is making me fucking cry. It's fucking good. Get this book. Get Johnny Got His Gun and read it. It's fucking good. Okay. It was hot. So hot that he seemed to be burning up inside and out. It was so hot he couldn't breathe. He could only gasp. Far off against the sky, there was a foggy line of mountains, and moving straight across of the desert was the railroad track, dancing and leaping in the heat. It seemed that he and Howie were working on the railroad. That was funny. Oh hell, things were getting mixed up again. He's seen all this before. It was like going to a new drugstore for the first time and sitting down and suddenly feeling that you've been there many times before. That you already heard what the clerk is going to say soon. As he comes to serve you. He and Howie work on the railroad in the heat. Sure is alright. Things are under control. He and Howie were working there in the hot sun, lying there, that railroad straight through the Utah desert. And he was so hot he felt he was going to die. He felt that if he could only stop for a little rest, he would cool off. But that was an awful thing about a section gang job. You couldn't ever stop. The followers didn't laugh, and the kids that you think guys would either. They didn't say a word. They just worked. Looking at a section gang, it was always seemed as if they are working slow. But you have to work slow because you never stop. And you must have just so much strength. You didn't stop because you're afraid. It isn't that you're afraid of foreman. It's because the foreman never bothers anybody. It's just that you're afraid for the job and of how much the other guy would do. So he and Howie worked slow and steady to keep up with the Mexicans. His head throbbed, and he could hear his heart pounding against his ribs, and even in the calves of his legs, he could feel the strong pulse beat, and yet he couldn't stop work even for a minute. His breath came shorter and shorter, and it seemed that his lungs were too small to hold the air, and to get to them. Yeah, he had to get into them. If he was going to keep alive, it was 125 in the shade, and there wasn't any shade, and he felt like he was smothering under a white hot bucket, and all he could think was, I got to stop. They stopped for lunch. It was their first day on the gang, and he and Howie naturally thought they could be supplied with lunch from the hand car, but they weren't. When the foreman saw they had nothing to eat, he said something of a couple of the Mexicans. The Mexicans came over and offered them something out of their lunch pails. The Mexicans were eating fried egg sandwiches and all crusted all over with red pepper. He and Hallie just grunted no thanks and plumped on their backs. Then they turned over onto their stomachs because the sun was so hot it would have been burned on their eyeballs, even with the lids closed. The Mexicans just sat and chewed on their fried egg sandwiches and stared at them. All of a sudden, there was a noise of the Mexicans getting up, so he and Hallie rode over to see what was happening. The whole gang was starting down the tracks on a slow gallop. The foreman just sat and watched the gang. They asked the foreman what the idea, and the foreman said the boys were coming to take a swim. The idea of swim was too much. He and Hallie jumped and ran after them. The way the foreman spoke, they thought they were going to get a little piece down the track. But it turned out they ran 2 miles before they came to the canal, maybe 10 feet wide and mud-colored, and beach on both sides, with a solid mass of tumbleweeds. The Mexicans started pulling their clothes off. He said Henry wondered how they figured to make it into the water without getting full of pistols. Oh yeah, I think it's pistols. They decided there must be somewhere to patch the weeds, or the Mexicans wouldn't have any tucklid to swim in the first place. But when they were undressed, the Mexicans were splashing around the ditch, laughing and yelling. It turned out there wasn't any path through the tumbleweeds at all. They were ashamed to stand there so naked and white compared to the rest and do nothing about it. So they began jumping in the tumbleweeds until they were in the water. The water was so hot and it smelled like Cully, but that didn't make any difference. It was like a April shower. He thought about the YMCA swimming pool in Shell City. He thought, my gosh, these guys it was the greatest swimming hole in the world. He thought, I bet that they never in the swimming pool in their lives. He was standing there with the mud of the ditch bottom above his ankles when the Mexicans began climbing out and putting their clothes on again. The swim was over. But when the time he got their clothes back on, they were whiskered with pistols to their hips. They noticed that the Mexicans didn't even bother to pick up the pistols out. Some of the Mexicans were starting on the trip back to the handcar, so they brushed the pistols off of their legs and leaped into their clothes. So they ran 2 miles back and lunch was over. It was time to go back to work again. As the afternoon wore on, he and Hallie began to stumble at their work and finally to fall. The foreman didn't say anything. When they fell down, and neither did the Mexicans just stopped and waited for them to get up, staring like babies, and all the while. When they stumbled back to their feet, it began tugging the rails again. Every muscle in their bone of their bodies ached, and they had to keep on working. Most of the skin had worn off of their hands. Every time they grabbed the hot rail tongues and lifted, they could taste the pain of the raw hands cleared into their mouths. The thistles in their feet and legs seemed to go deeper and deeper with every step they took, and they festered, and there was no time to stop and pick them out. But the aches and bruises and awful wearnesses weren't the worst things. His body could keep up somehow, but it was something inside of him that began to strain and roar. His lungs got so dry that they squeaked with each breath. His heart swelled from pumping so hard. He got a little panic-stricken because he knew he couldn't keep up, and he knew he had to. He wanted to die if it would get him out of work. The ground began to rise and fall beneath him, and things took on a strange color, and the man standing right beside him seemed miles off, floating in the fog. There was nothing real but pain. The whole afternoon was a mixture of stumbling on his knees in the dust and fighting for breath, and the feelings his stomach inside of him swell and jerk and draw up hard. He tried to think of Diane. He tried to think of what she looked like. He tried to find her in the desert so he would have something to tie to. But he couldn't bring her face before his eyes. He couldn't imagine her. Suddenly he thought, oh, Diane, you were not worth it. You can't be worth it. No one on earth except maybe a guy's mother could be worth so much pain. But yet working in there to miss the pain, he tried to figure out excuses for Diane. Maybe she really wasn't meant to cheat on him. Maybe she had dated Glenn Hogan because she felt she couldn't find any other way out. If that was true, and he hoped it was true, then it was awful silly for him to be away out here in the desert, forgetting all with a bunch of Mexicans when he might just as well be back in the cool shade of Shaw City, enjoying summer vacation and thinking about maybe I have a date with Diane tonight. He thought the girls are a terrible thing, alright. Girls are untrue and faithless, and they don't try to smash a guy, but you just got to expect it from them. You had to expect it from them and learn to forgive them because it stood to reason that if you rushed away like he and Howie had and went into the middle of a desert and decided you would bury yourselves there for the whole 3 months. Summer vacation, why nobody suffered but you. And it left the girl back there in South City to go with Glenn Hogan as much as she wanted to. Tugging and stumbling and trying to breathe, and he suddenly had an awful feeling come over him. He was waking himself a question. He was saying himself to Joe Bunham, have you been a fool? Somebody hollered out it was quitting time, and things began to dissolve softly in front of his eyes. When he got them back into focus, he was lying on his stomach with his head hanging over the side of the handcar, and Hallie lying beside him. Remember looking down at the ground as it ran like water in front of his eyes, hearing those Mexicans singing? They were taking turns pummeling away on that handcar to get them back to the bunkhouse. He just lay there giggling and a little and listening to them sing. The bunkhouse had a dirt floor. It was sort of a shed with a tin roof. It was so hot that he wanted to reach out with his hands for air to stuff into his lungs. The bunks were wood, one on the top of the other. He and Hallie staggered to a pair for bunks. They were together. They didn't even bother until unroll their batting. They just plumped onto their bunks and laid there quiet and still. The foreman came up and they asked if they wanted him to show them they could get dinner. But they didn't pay attention. They just way back and closed their eyes. He had reached a funny state. It was the first time in his life he ever had felt that way. No part of his body hurt more than another part, so the pain everywhere stopped. And he was the only one numb and sleepy. Only numb and sleepy. He thought of Diane again. Not for very long, but she was the last thought in his mind before the darkness. He thought of Diane tiny and cute and scared the first time he kissed her. Oh, Diane, he thought. How could you have done such a thing? How could you have done it? And then somebody was shaking him. That might be been shaking him for hours, for all he knew. He opened his eyes. He's still in the bunkhouse. It was dark and the air filled with sighs. There was a smell of smoke in the place. Mexicans had cooked their supper over over a fire in the middle of the floor. There was a hole in a tin roof for smoke to escape through. He could see the stars, though, through it, flickering like something in a fever dream. He gasped the smell of food and smoke in the air. Wasn't it like just a Mexican to want something piping hot for supper after spending a whole day in the bottom of hell? It was Holly shaking him. Wake up! It's 10 o'clock! He didn't know whatever it was night or whether his eye sockets had just burned out and he couldn't tell sunlight from dark. Morning or night? Night. Tonight or last night? Last night, I guess. Hey, look what I got. They sent him over from the dispatcher's office. Howie was stuck something in front of his face. Turns out his pocket or flashlight on it. Then he remembered to bring a flashlight even if they had forgotten gloves. It was a towergram Howie was showing him. The corners of it was all bloody where Howie had been holding it. It read, Diane, dear Howie, why were you so impetuously stop? I am miserable thinking what you have done. Stop. Forgive me and come right back to Shaw City. Stop. I hate Glenn Hogan. Stop. Love. Only. Even in the dimness of the bunkhouse, he could see the happiness on Howie's face. So, only hated Glenn Hogan, did she? When he knew why, and if Howie didn't know why, then Howie was a fool. And it because Glenn thrown her over for Diane, and he fought for this for a while, and about how much prettier Diane was than Oni, and about how the whole thing showed was a good judgment Glenn Hogan had. Then he saw that Howie was waiting for an answer. When he tried to answer, he found could be a whisper. What do you have to wake a guy up who needs sleep as bad? So I do just show him that. Because I got to figure it out. Huh? Howie began to whisper very excitedly. It's just like this. For fellows like you and me to be out here slaving our best years away on a section game. It's just if nice girls like Oni and Diane suddenly decided to become washerwomen. He didn't say anything. He just laid there and thought about it. You could see the point altogether. The idea of Diane becoming a washerwoman was awful. He just closed his eyes again. Howie was whispering to him, of course, Oni feels that way. I hardly know what to do about the poor kid. He just lay there with his eyes closed and said nothing. Saying nothing. If it isn't as if I didn't have a reason to go back. It's almost as if it was my duty to. He just lay there limp. But he was listening to Howie very closely. The dispatcher says there's a gravel train going through here tonight, bound for Shell City. He didn't say anything. He still listened. It will get us out of here in an hour. He couldn't move his leg to show that he was still awake, listening. The gravel train goes through here in 10 minutes. He jumped out of his bunk. In one motion, he had his bed over his shoulders. Howie stared at him in the surprise. What are you doing? He gave Howie a look to show the whole thing was on Howie's shoulders. If you're bound and determined to go back out on our agreement, I guess there's nothing I can do to stop you. If you're going to the gravel train, then we better getting outside. Most of the way, Shell City, he thought about Bill Harper. He fought himself only last night. I hit Bill Harper. He thought to himself, Bill Harper was my best friend And he was telling me the truth. And I hit him for it. He lay back against the gravel and started up and stared up to the stars, at the stars. He thought he and Bill Harper had sat in the drugstore, and how Bill Harper had heamed and howled, and how he had finally come to the point. He remembered all over again the rage he felt when Bill Harper told him that Diane was going out that night with Glenn Hogan. He knew it was probably true, or Bill Harper wouldn't have told him. He had to still up. When he called Bill Harper a liar, he had to hit Bill Harper and knock him down, and then he walked out of the drugstore alone. The one way he had to run into Diane and Glenn Hogan was just getting out of Glenn's roaster and getting into some theater. Then he knew that Bill Harper had been telling him the truth. He knew Diane had been cheating on him. Down the block, he met Howie. Howie had been having trouble with only over Glenn Hogan, so they both decided to leave and go into the desert and work like men and forgot about it. It wasn't like he and Howie were the same. Howie had never been able to keep a girl. He was kind of resented, Howie including him in his class. But he wanted to get away so badly that when Howie suggested that said, "Let's go tomorrow," he lay on the gravel car and remembered all the camping trips and the swell times he and Bill Harper had together. He remembered the first time either of them took a girl out. There was a foursome because they were scared. He remembered the time Major and his pup was run over, and how Bill came over the night with his old man's car and took him riding out into the country until after midnight and didn't say a word. All that time because Bill knew how he felt. He remembered lots of other times too. He thought that Bill Harper is too good of a friend to lose over any girl. He thought Bill is too good a friend to lose even over Diane, and tomorrow I will tell him so. Tomorrow I will go over to his house and say, "Bill, let's forget about it. Bill, let's be friends because it won't happen again." And then as the gravel train got closer to Shell City, he flipped back to Diane again. In coolness of the night, he bring her face up before his mind. He hadn't been able to do it out there on the desert. He could bring her face up before his mind. She was smiling. He thought Howie believed he had lost, but he only admitted she was wrong and asked him to come back. He thought besides, I don't want Diane running around with Glenn Hogan. Anyone but Glenn Hogan, just because. Glenn had a good looking car. He seemed to think he could take liberties with a girl that ordinary girl would never think of. He felt scary whenever he thought of Diane and Glenn Hogan together. He saw where it was more or less his duty to see Diane and talk to her like a brother and tell her about Glenn Hogan. He knew that he had to save Diane the embarrassment of finding out for herself what kind of guy Glenn Hogan was. He must do even at the expense of his pride. They drove off the gravel train outside the station because they didn't want anybody to see them. There were such sights. They went for 2 blocks and then Howie stopped. "Well, I'll be leaving you here. Where are you going?" "I thought I stopped by Noni's house," Howie said. It was a dreamy kind of way, a little insulting too, because he knew there was no place for Joe to go but home. Howie could never keep a girl. Huh? Howie walked off into the darkness. He was all alone. Started home. South City seemed like the prettiest town in the world that night. The sky was pale blue. There was nothing for about 1,000,000 stars shining. Trees were all black, green, and cool breeze was playing them through them. It was seen all of a sudden as if the desert and the section game had never existed at all. He was awfully tired, but it was no one watching him to see. He kept moving, and he knew he could stop and rest somewhere he wanted to, and somehow he got his second wind. So he even noticed the weight of his bedroll. He seemed to drift along there in the cool. It was a little after 11 o'clock, and then he suddenly knew when he felt good, when all the time he should be feeling bad, it was because he was on Diane Street. He hadn't deliberately planned to be there because it was a couple blocks out of his way, and he was really awfully tired. But it just seemed something on the ordinary nights he always had the funniest feelings. When he got near Diane's house, he got tight in his throat. He always got tight in his throat and halfway excited and halfway scared whenever he came near to where she lived. Then all of a sudden he thought, you can't be trespassing Dan's house all bloody-handed and dirty like you are now. You can't run the risk of letting her see you in this condition. So he ran across the street and started walking on his tiptoes, as she might be asleep, and very soundly his footsteps make her wake up and frighten her. And all the time something inside of him was saying, tomorrow, you see her tomorrow, you see her tomorrow, you see her. Then across her place he stopped until, quick breathing, Diane was out there on the front steps with her arms out. Somebody they were kissing. He didn't do anything. He just stood there behind a tree and watched. He didn't want to watch, and yet wanted to see more anything else he could think of. He felt ashamed watching, yet he couldn't move an inch from the spot. He just stood there. He stood there and watched. Pretty soon the guy she was kissing let her go, and Diane ran up to the stairs in the funny way she always had and turned just as she got to the door to smile. He couldn't see her face, of course, but he knew she was smiling. A minute of that, then whoever she has been kissing turned around and began going down the walk. He was whistling. He was whistling softly and kind of bouncing up, down as he walked away from a kiss, having kissed Diane. When he got out there from between the trees, the starlight fell on his face. It was Bill Harper. He stood there. Bill Harper walked down the street and turned a corner. The light in Diane's living room went on and off. The next light in her bedroom came on. He saw her shadow on the curtain twice. As she crossed, then the light went off. He stood there and thought, goodbye, Diane. Goodbye. Then he started walking home. Every muscle in his body was sore. His hands and his stomach and his head throbbed and burned. The beverage seemed to be weighing 100 pounds almost. But it wasn't what hurt him. It was something inside him kept saying, you're no good. You're just no good. People asked, why don't I see you and Diane together anymore? And nothing he could say. People would just ask, what's the matter with you? And Bill Harper just didn't want to see you around anymore? And there would be nothing he could say. He said would ask, how come you got a job on a section gang and stayed only one day? And there would be nothing he could say. It was all over. It was something he could never explain. Something nobody would understand. He had lost the only friend he might have told it to. Because he knew that and Bill could never again be what they had been. They might shake hands and say, forget it, old man. We'll start booming around again. Around together a little bit, but it wouldn't be the same. And both of them would know it. Both of them would know that Diane was there between them. Both of them would also know that Diane probably didn't care, but wouldn't make things any different for him. They'd never be able to explain even to themselves. But more than he thought about Diane, it seemed like dying to think he would never see her again, really. And that he would never be close to her again. And that they would never laugh and kid each other again. It wasn't Glenn Hogan who had done it. He could have forgiven her for Glenn Hogan. He could have forgotten her for that and tried to make it all up. The other thing was that she had done something he couldn't forgive her for, even no matter how much he wanted to. And he did want to. He did want to awfully, but he never could. Going to bed, he thought, oh, why does a guy have to go through something like this? He thought, why don't they take him out and shoot him while he saw something worthwhile in him? He thought, why everybody had a best friend. Well, we're almost done with the book already? Holy shit! Well, that was chapter 4. Friend. Even the guys at the penitentiary probably had the best friend somewhere. But I haven't. He thought even Howie has a girl. Even those Mexicans singing on their way out of the desert have girls, but I haven't. He thought why everybody can find some little spark of self-respect inside himself. Even a murderer or a thief or a dog or an ant has something that keeps its head up and going. But I haven't. The night in the bed was the first time he ever cried over a girl. He just lay there and bawled like a kid. His hands were bloody and his legs were full of bristles. And his eyes were full of tears, and he was sick at heart. It took him a long time to go to sleep. It all seemed real time. It seemed real at the time, and now it wasn't real at all. As that was a long time ago. That was South City that was before he came to Los Angeles. That he was a kid in high school. It seemed so long. Somewhere, probably in Colorado, Glenn, Hogan, and Howie were still kicking around. He got a letter saying Bill Harper had been killed at Bellew Wood. Bill Harper was a lucky guy. Bill Harper had got Diane, then he had been killed. Oh Christ, he was all messed up again. He didn't know where he was or what he was doing, but he was cooling off. He wasn't burning up anymore. He was just lightheaded and confused. He couldn't figure things out. Everything was a mess, but at least he was cool. Oh, damn. At least you didn't make me cry again. Okay, at least you didn't make me cry again. That freaking chapter 2 and chapter 3. Damn. Chapter 4? Pretty better. It was more better. No tear jerking at all, man. No tears coming out of my eyes. I was like, damn, dude. You went all this hard work for nothing. At least it was cool. But at least you could get some water, though. Okay. So what he was actually working the railroad. Building another railroad. Probably somewhere in America, like somewhere in the desert area. Maybe we're in the Rocky Mountains. I think that's when, that's probably when, maybe Union Pacific still working on their, tracks around the time. Cause, oh wait, yeah, that's like before 1918. Yeah, it's like before 1918. Now, the first chapter was Joe, so technically this is 1918. This book's taking place 1918. Because, remember, we're in the First World War. And here we go. Here we go, chapter 5. You couldn't get used to the way things were melting in each other. Sometimes he was drifting on the top of what clouds frightened at his smallness in the midst of of a thing so big as the sky. Sometimes he was cushioned in a soft pillow that made waves sliding him feet first over rough and uneven ground. But mostly he was floating in some backwash of the Colorado River, where it wandered through South City. He was lying in the water of a river that ran through home long before me came to Los Angeles, long before he met Karen. We're back to Joe. long before he went away on a bunting covered train with the major making speeches. He was floating on his back. There were willows near the edge of the water and sweet clover. There was hot sunshine on his face, but his stomach and back were cool from water that had been snow in the mountain not long ago. He was floating there and thinking about Karen. It's fun, Karen, floating here. He lay back more like this, like that. Isn't it nice, Karen? I love it. I love you. Float, Karen. Keep your head out of the water so you can breathe. Keep real close to me, Karen. It isn't like swell floating here. Not going anywhere. Not even caring to go anywhere. Just letting the river take care of things. Nothing to do, nowhere to go. Being on top of the river, cool and hot and thoughtful, yet not thinking a thing. Stay closer, Karen. Don't go away. Closer, Karen. And watch out for the water coming all over your face. I can't turn you over on my stomach to swim, Karen. I can only float. So please, don't go far away. Karen, where are you? I can't find you. And the water's coming over your face. Don't sink, Karen. Don't let the water come over your face. Come back, Karen. You'll choke. You'll fill up like I'm filling up. Go up, Karen. Go up. You'll go down, Karen. Watch out. Please, watch out. Come back, Karen. You're gone. You weren't even there. Just me alone in the river. The water coming all over my nose and mouth and eyes. The water was washing over his face. He couldn't even stop it. It was like his head was too heavy for his body and couldn't let it lie back while sinking. Or maybe his body was too tight for his head. So there wasn't enough weight to balance his head to keep it high. The water was leaping over his eyes and nose and mouth, and he was spewing from it. It seemed like he was going feet first on his back against the stream. Only he was going like a sled. His feet and legs entirely out of the water, and his head below the surface. He was going faster and faster, and he didn't stop. Why he drowned from so much water rushing over his face. He was beginning to drown already. He strained at almost all the muscles of his neck, trying to raise up his nose out of the water, but it wouldn't come up. He tried to swim up, but how can a man swim if he got okay. He tried to swim, but how can a man swim if he hasn't got any arms? He sank down and down and down, and finally he drowned. It seems like he drowned without even a struggle way down in the dark bottom of the river, while above him, maybe only 6 or 8 feet, there was sunlight and willows and sweet clover in the air. He drowned without the struggle because he couldn't struggle. He didn't seem to have anything to struggle with. It was like a bad dream when something is chasing you and you were scared to death. Only there's nothing to do about it because you can't run. Your legs are stuck in concrete and you can't move a muscle. That is why he drowned. He lay there and under the water and thought, what a shame. It is too drawn when you're maybe only 6 or 8 feet from air and sunlight. What a goddamn shame. It is to drown when if you could only stand up and stretch your hand above your head. You might touch a willow branch trailing in the water like the hair of a girl, like Karen's hair. But when you're drowned, you can't get out. When you're dead and you're drowned, there's something left except time going on and on like water over your body. Flames began to shoot back and forth in front of his eyes, rockets and bombs and pinwheels and curves of fire and great white flares whirled through his head and sank into the soft wet part of his brain with a hissing sound. He could hear hissing very plainly. It was an escape of steam of a locomotive and swill that they cut through his ears like knives. Everything was dazzling and deafening. It hurt so much that he thought all the pain in the world was trapped somewhere between his forehead and back of his skull, trying to hammer his way out. The pain was so bad that all he could think of was, please, 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 I'd rather die. Then all the things quiet down all of a sudden. Everything went inside of his head. The lights before his eyes snapped out as quickly as if somebody had shut them off with a switch. The pain went away too. The only feeling he had was strong throb of blood and his brain swelling and concentrating his head. Contracting his head. But it was peaceful. It was painless. It was such a relief he came out of his drowning he could think. He thought, well, as a kid, you're deaf, I suppose, but there isn't the pain. You got no arms, but you don't hurt. You never burn your hand or cut your finger or smash a nail in your lucky stiff. You're alive and you don't hurt, and there's much better than being alive and hurting. There are a lot of things a deaf guy without arms can do. If he doesn't hurt so much, he goes crazy from pain. When he get hooks or something for arms, he can learn to read lips. And while that doesn't exactly put him to the top of the world, but he's not drowned in the bottom of the river, with pain tearing his brain to pieces, he still got air. He's not struggling. And he got willow trees. And he could think, and he's not in pain. He couldn't understand why the nurses or whoever had charge of him wouldn't lay him out level. Lower half of him was light as a feather, while his head and chest were dead weights. That was why he had thought he was drowning. His head was too low. If he could move whenever he was under his leg, his body, and to an even level, he feel better. He wouldn't have that drowning dream anymore. He started to kick out his feet to move that was under his leg. He only started because he didn't have any legs to kick with. Somewhere below his hip joints, had cut both of his legs off. No legs? No more running, walking, crawling if you have no legs. No more working. No legs, you see. Never again wiggle your toes. What a hell of a thing. What a wonderful, beautiful thing to wiggle your toes. No. If he could only think of real things he could destroy. This dream of having no legs. Steamships. Loaves of bread. Girls carrying machine guns. Books, chewing gum, pieces of wood. But thinking of real things didn't help because it wasn't a dream. It was the truth. That's why his head seemed lower than his legs. Because he had no legs. Naturally, they seemed light. Air was light too. Even a toenail is heavy compared to air. He has no arms and no legs. He threw back his head and started to yell from fright. But only he started because he had no mouth to yell with. He was surprised not at not yelling. When he tried that, he began to work his jaws like a man. He found something interesting. He wants to test it. He sure the idea of no mouth was a dream, that he could investigate it clearly. He tried to work with his jaw, and he had no jaw. He tried to run his tongue inside of his teeth over the roof of his mouth as he was chewing a raspberry seed, but he didn't have any tongue, and he didn't have any teeth. There was no roof of his mouth. There was no mouth. He tried to swallow, but he couldn't because he had no palate, and there wasn't any muscles left to swallow with. He began to smother and pant. If somebody had pushed a mattress over his face and holding it there, he was breathing hard and fast, but he wasn't really breathing because there wasn't any air pressing his nose. He didn't have a nose. He could feel his chest rise and fall and quiver, but not a breath of air was pressing through the place where his nose used to be. He got a wild, panicky eagerness to die, to kill himself. He tried to calm his breathing, to stop breathing entirely so he would suffocate. He could feel the muscles at the bottom of his throat close tight against the air, and the breathing in his chest kept right on. There was any air in his throat to be stopped. His lungs were sucking it in somehow below his throat. He knew how. He knew now that he was surely dying, but he was curious. He didn't want to die. He found out everything. If a man has no nose and no mouth and no plate and no tongue, why it stands out the reason he might be a shy fellow other parts as well. But that was nonsense, because a man in the shape would be dead. You couldn't lose that much of yourself to keep on living. Yet if you knew you had lost them and thinking about it, then why you must be alive, because dead men don't think. Dead men aren't curious, and he was sick with curiosity, so he must not been dead yet. He began to reach out of the with nerves of his face. It began to strain the feel of the nothingness that was there. Where his mouth and nose had been, there must now be nothing but a hole covered with bandages. He was trying to find a way out far the hole went. He was trying to feel the edges of the hole. He was gasping with the nerves and pores of his face to follow the borders of the hole and see how far up they extend. It's like staring at a complete darkness with your eyes popping out of your head. It was process of feeling with his skin, of exploring with something that couldn't move where his mind told it to. The nerves and muscles of his face were crawling like snakes towards his forehead. The holes began to the base of his throat, just below where his jaw should be, went upward in widening circle. He could feel his skin creeping around the rim of the circle. The hole was getting bigger and bigger. It winded out almost to the base of his ears, if he had any, and then narrowed down again and ended somewhere above the top of what used to be his nose. The hole went too high to have any eyes in it. He was blind. It was funny how calm he was. He was quiet, just like a storekeeper taking spring inventory and saying to himself, "I see I have no eyes. Better put that down in the order book." He had no legs, no arms, no eyes, no ears, and no nose, and no mouth, and no tongue. What a hell of a dream! It must be a dream. Of course, sweet God, it's a dream. He had to wake up, or he will go nuts. Nobody could live like that. A person in that condition would be dead. He wasn't dead, so he wasn't in that condition, just dreaming. But it wasn't a dream. He could want to be a dream forever and wouldn't change things. Because he was alive. He was nothing but a piece of meat. Like chunks of... I think it's cartilage? Old proof Vogel used to have in biology. Chunks of cartilage that didn't have anything except life. So they grow on chemistry on chemicals. But he was one on the cartilage. He had a mind, and it was thinking. There was more than proof Vogel could ever say of his cartilage. He was thinking, and he was just a thing. Oh no. He couldn't live like this because he would go crazy. He couldn't die, but he couldn't kill himself. If he could only breathe, he could die. That was funny because it was true. He could hold his breath and kill himself. That was the only way left, except he wasn't breathing. His lungs were pumping air. He couldn't stop them from doing it. He couldn't live and couldn't die. No. That can't be right. No, Mother, where are you? Hurry, Mother. Hurry. Wake me up. I'm having a nightmare, Mother. Where are you? Hurry, Mother. I'm down here. Here, Mother. Here in the darkness. Pick me up. Rockabye, baby, now. Lie me down to sleep. Oh, Mother, hurry, because I can't wake up. Over here, Mother. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Hold me up. Hi. Mother, you're gone away and forgotten me? Here I am. I can't wake up, Mother. Wake me. I can't move. Hold me. I'm scared. Oh, Mother. Oh, Mother, sing to me. Rub me and bathe me and comb my hair. Wash me on my ears and play with my toes. Clap my hands together. Blow my nose and kiss my eyes and mouth like I seen you do with Elizabeth, like you must have done with me. Then I'll wake up. Then I'll be with you. I'll never leave or be afraid or dream again. Oh no, I can't stand it. Scream more, shake something, make any noise. I can't stand it. Oh no, please, I can't. Please, no. Somebody come. Help me. I can't lie here forever. This until maybe years from now. I die. I can't stand it. Nobody can. It's impossible. I can't breathe. But I'm breathing. I'm so scared. I can't even think. But I'm thinking, oh, please, no. Please, no. No. Isn't me. Help me. It can't be me. No, not me. No. Oh, please. Oh, no, please. No. Please, no. Please, not me. Damn. Fuck. I hate every single time it goes back to Joe, I'm about to fucking cry. Again. Wow. Now we're in the freaking part. Where's the Metallica song when you need it? Oh, fuck. Oh, man, we're almost done. Oh, fuck. I think it's like over 400 pages, I think. Nope. I think it's over 200. So, it's actually 200, it's like 283 pages. And we're not even 83 yet. I need to get a tissue again. Fuck. Oh my fuck. This book is making me cry! Damn it, this guy. Now we can actually understand. This guy went to war. He was drafted. Now he realized he has no arms, no legs, no mouth, no nose, and no eyes. So he's deaf, really deaf, and he can't even move. So he's like he's now like a vegetable, kind of. Oh, fuck. This book is depressing. You think the movie's bad? Read the fucking book. This book is way more depressing than the movie. I'm fucking about to cry. Like, chapter 5. He did not realize He has nothing left. And he's trying to kill himself. Trying to stop him from breathing. But he can't stop himself from breathing. Because the machines are helping him breathe. To me, that's kind of fucked up. Why you let someone live like that? Fuck. Okay. Let's go to chapter 6 now. That was chapter 5. At the bakery, he walked all night long. He walked 11 miles every night. He walked with his legs on the cement floor and his arms in the air, swinging free. He hardly ever got tired. When you got to start... excuse me. When you got to thinking about it, it wasn't bad. Walking all night long and working hard and getting $18 at the end of the week for your trouble, not bad. Friday nights weren't always the heaviest in the night shipping department because on Saturday morning the drivers would take out enough bread and pies and cakes and rolls to last their customers over Sunday. That made hell of a lot of work and hell a lot of walking on Friday nights, but it wasn't bad. They always sent to the midnight mission for extra men to work with the crew on Friday nights. The guys from the mission came thinking of disinfectant and looking very bed-ragged and embarrassed. They knew that anyone who smelled the disinfectant knew that were bums on charity. They didn't like that, and how could you blame them? They're always humble, and they were bright enough. They work hard. Some of them weren't bright. Some of them couldn't even read the orders on the bins. One of them came from the county in Georgia. He never been to school at all. Most lazy ones from Texas. One night a Puerto Rican came up from the mission. His name was Josue. Things were pretty scrambled up in the shipping room on Friday nights with boxes and dollies and racks scattered through the aisles and guys hollering and the conveyor belts rattling away and the roaring ovens upstairs grumbling as they move on the hot greasy plates. It was pretty much of a mess, and most of the mission guys were confused. When the first came to work, but not Josue. He looked over the place and listened quietly to instructions, and then went to work. He was tall with brown eyes. He was pretty good looking for a Mexican or Puerto Rican, or whatever he was. There was something about him that I told you. He was very different from the other mission guys. Or that maybe he had been a little luckier than the rest. On Friday nights, all the guys on their lunches up in the men's can, instead of going out to the restaurant, there were benches and lockers there. You could sit down on the benches and eat your lunch in a hurry and get back to work. Josue haven't brought any lunch, so the guys would steal a pint of milk from the bakery icebox and give him a roll with it. Josue was grateful. While he munched his roll and drank his milk, he talked. He said that California was a wonderful it was a wonderful country. Or is it county? I think it is country. He said it was even more wonderful than his Puerto Rico. He said it was getting spring now, and soon he was able to sleep in the park. He said California was a great country for people who have no place to sleep, because if it didn't get so cold and you couldn't wrap up in the overcoat in the park and get a good night's sleep. Thank you. He said he wished he could get a steady job at a bakery because he could manage to keep clean. He didn't like to be dirty, and he didn't like the disinfectant they put in the water at the mission. There were a lot of poor men down at the mission who didn't seem mind the disinfectant, but he minded very much. He said he had to come to California to get into the movies. No, he didn't want to be an actor. He just wanted to be many. But there should be many jobs for young men like himself with ambition and a busyness as great as the movies. He said he thought he might like to work in the research department at one of the studios. Perhaps someone could give him some information about getting a job in the studios, yes? The guys looked at him and grunted. If any of them know how to get work in the studio, what would they have done? Done it long ago instead of sticking around this lousy bakery, no? No one knew how to get a job for Josue in the studio. Jose just shrugged. It was pretty hard, he said. When he came to New York, things were quite very well for him, and then a very rich girl fell in love with him, and he had to come away from there. A rich foreign girl in love with Josue? Yes, he got a job as a chauffeur for a very rich family that lived on the Fifth Avenue, and things were very well, and then the daughter of the family took a liking to him, so Josue and the daughter struck a bargain. The daughter wanted to learn Spanish, and Josue wanted to improve his English, so they started training lessons, and then the girl fell in love with him and wanted to marry him, and so he had to come all the way from New York, and he came to California. The guys sitting around and just look at each other. The guys sitting around in the can just looked at each other. Didn't say anything. Everybody who came from the mission had a line. Everybody had been way up in the money. And then, wham, something had happened, and now they were in the mission. Long ago, the guys at the bakery learned that it was no use to argue with guys from the mission, no matter how closely you question them, and no matter how many stories you proved were lies, they still stuck to them. They had to stick to them. Their stories were their only excuse for being what they were. So in time, the guys at the bakery came to accept the stories told by the guys from the mission, and to say nothing. So after Josue got through with his talking, they grunted and went back to work again. Next week was Easter. I'm about to sneeze. Hurry. Damn, I knew I was about to sneeze. Damn. Next week was Easter. And then meant hot cross buns. And that meant there will have to be lots of extra help because the shipping crew couldn't put out 20 or 30,000 dozen hot cross buns without extra men. So Jody Simmons offered Josue a job for the week, and Josue took it. He was such a good worker and the hot cross buns that when LARPing Larry quit, Josue got Larry's job. He was very grateful and very quiet. He was also pleased that the weather was warmer. He was sleeping in the park, and then was a wonderful thing. He saved money, and Josue needed money for clothes. A man who is going to work in the studios must be well dressed, said Josue. Then one day, Josue came in with a letter. He was very puzzled. He showed it to the guys and asked for their advice. Americans were just strange people, he said, and you never knew what their customs were exactly. So, what should a gentleman do under these circumstances? All the guys read Jose's letter. It was on a very expensive piece of stationery and written in a woman's hand. At the top of the page, it was a tiny little engraved address on Fifth Avenue in New York. In the letter, she said she wished to would give her address so she wouldn't have to be writing him general delivery all the time. She had to come into some money of her own, just a little $500,000. As soon as she found out where Josue was living, she was coming to Los Angeles to marry him. This gave the guys at the bakery something to think about. Josue might be full of bull like all the other mission bums, but it began to look like this girl of his was real thing. Jesus Christ, it said to Josue. Don't be a damn fool, marry the girl. She send her your address and let her come out just as fast as she can, and let her bring all her junk with her and marry her before she changes her mind. But Josue shook his head. He said there wasn't any danger of her changing her mind because he's like he had said, the girl was crazy about him. And certainly he had no objections to marrying a girl with money. In fact, he thought the only intelligent thing for a young man without money to do was marry a young lady who had money. He wanted also to love the girl with the money that he would marry someday. The girl, it was too bad, but he didn't love her. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, said the guys at the bakery. You can learn to love her, can you? No, Josue sorely thought I cannot. He just wanted to know what Americans' customs about such things and how he could write the letter to explain to her. It was polite for an American gentleman to tell an American girl he didn't love her, but no, of course not all that would be unelegant. It would not be better to have a friend or maybe one of the people of the bakery wrote to the girl, explained to her that Josue had shot himself because of his love and now he was cremated. Josue was willing to do anything to make it right. But all the guys figured Josue was crazy, but also they figured out he was kind of a smart crazy. He told them all the told stories about his native Puerto Rico. The guys paid more attention to him, figuring out the sense of his story about the girl was true, although maybe felt a 50-50 chance that his stories about Puerto Rico were also true. Josue was a funny guy, but then the bakery was full of funny guys, and it was just as well not to question them too closely. You told them they came and they said nothing. After a month of Josue came into one night with a very worried look on his face. What's the matter? Why do you look so down in the dumps, Josue? He started and frowned. He ran into a very serious problem. He said, "What's the problem?" He been out all day, and as usual, he said, looking for a job, and he found a job. All he was interested in was everybody at the bakery wanted a better job. Only none of them ever found one. Where did he get this better job? Where did you get this better job, Josue? In the studio? Of course. Josue, that's why I came to California, didn't I tell you? I came here to find work in the studios. Nobody said anything. They just stared at Josue from anybody else. They would have seemed like more bull, but from Josue, they knew it. It was the truth. How did you like that? As for the guys at the bakery, they were concerned the studios might just well be in China as in Hollywood. They paid good dough, but nobody except an uncle or maybe a nephew could crack them. Yet Josue just exclaimed as a cucumber had walked into one and got what he wanted. How did you get this job, Josue? I asked for it, said Josue. Oh, said the guys at the bakery. They sat down and stared at him some more. Finally, somebody spoke and said, Josue, what's all this about the problem? Why are you worried? Josue about because anybody should know that he said he came to California and he had been without money, and he had been very disaffected from the midnight mission, and he's been very unhappy. Then this nice gentleman, Jody Simmons, had accepted him into the bakery and given him a fine job. Then him indebtedly to Jody Simmons, no? Very well, he said indebted to Jody Simmons. And now he found a job. How he was to get out of the job Simmons had given him in order to take the new job without offering his benefactor. All the guys get excited, and each of them had a different speech, and he would tell Jody Simmons to get out of the job. One guy thought a good way to do so was to punch Jody Simmons right smack into the snout. Oh, to the snoot. Another girl suggests to walk up politely and tell Jody Simmons to shove the job up his ass. And another one just said not to show up for work tomorrow. Jody Simmons will catch on real quick. And there was several ways the guys at the bakery could think of. But there was had been. They've been thinking of them for years. Of all the talent have gone ways of telling you were quitting, where a guy would actually do it was naturally everyone cooperated. But all the situations have been offered to him, but he shook his head and his eyes looked sadder than ever. He said no, he must think of a better way. But it was not to be mentally to resign in any way, suggested. Jody Simmons was his benefactor, and one did not do such things to one's benefactor. If you were in an American custom to do it differently, still he would have to follow the customs of his native Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico, one did not do such things if were not well born. When do you start this job? This morning, said Josue. And I am tired, and now I'm going to have to work all night, and that will make me more tired in the morning for the other job. So it will go and it will be a terrible problem. I didn't know what to do, so Jose worked all night, and the guys in the bakery thought about it. It will finally become puzzling to them. It was to Jose. They would start thinking ways for him to speak, and then they would shake their heads and say no, that wouldn't do it. And then would go. They're working, faking hard, very hard. This guy Josue was a very queer duck, and his ideas were crazy. But everybody, but this time, wanted to find the solution. So it became a matter of deep interest to the night crew. The night ended. All the guys in the crew went home and sleep, and then came back to work the night, wondering about Josue. Josue came back too. He was getting pale, and he said he was very very tired. And he forgot only 40 minutes, gotten only 45 minutes to sleep, and then unless he thought of something pretty soon, he didn't know what he was going to do. He surely there must be some American custom to cover his emergency, but they have told him all the American custom night before. He had to turn them down. So he worked in the second night. When he left in the morning, he faced the first glare of sunlight outside the bakery. He was a very weak-looking man, and on the next day, he worked for the studio, and the next night, when he came back, was almost tottering. He said, please, think of some way I can quit the job before a man's health will last only for so long, and mine breaking rapidly. Since I have no sleep at all today, and a man must have sleep if he keeps handling one job in an honest fashion, then Pinky Constant happened to think of something, so he said, I'll tell you what to do. About 2 in the morning, when the pie run comes down, just pick up 6 and 8 pies into the boxes, walk in the front of the window at Jody's office, so he can see you, and drop those damn pies, then Jody will fire you, and everything will be alright. So that's why he thought of a he didn't like the use of violence, so he fondly put it as I am a desperate man, but if you think violence will work, I will use it. He thought a little and then said, I can pay for these pies I have violated, yes. Everybody said yes. If he wanted to be a fool, he can pay for the pies he violated. In the night about 2 or 3 in the morning, Josue took 6 pies, stationed himself directly in line of Jody's vision, outside the window, leaned to the office. All the guys were close, looking if they were working. But really watching Josue. They were watching for the minute when Jody Simmons would look out through that window from his desk. He looked. Pinky was give him the signal. Then Josue dropped the pies. It seemed like that Jody longer to look out of the window than never before, but finally he did. Pinky caused gave him another signal to drop the pies. Jody came out zipping out of his office like a bumblebee, and he said, "What the hell is the matter with you? You clumsy bastard! You turn all these pies over. They ruined, and you have to pay for them. Poor Josue stood over there, mounting with sadness, and he turned with his big eyes to Jody Simmons. And he said, I am very sorry, Mr. Simmons, that I have violated your pies. It was an accident, I assure you. A poor workman had done it, and I am miserable about it, and I gladly pay for them. Will you accept my apology? Yes. Looked real hard at the moment. The smile broke over his face. He said, why, sure, Josue. We all make mistakes. You can't pay for the pies. He said, Josue, you're a good, conscientious working man, and I don't mind you make a mistake once in a while. Say, I wish I had more men like you. Now forget about the whole thing and get back to work. He started quivering over to shaking his head and couldn't believe such bad luck could happen to him. Then he turned to the other guys, to the crew. Piggy Carson, like a dog, has been betrayed by its master. Then he turned and walked to the aisle and began to work again. Piggy Carson worked to him as a possible. Look here, Josue. Said the idea only right, but it wasn't big enough. To quit a fine job, this is your want to do something big. The pie run is almost finished for tonight, but don't give up hope, Josue. Because we have a pie run every night, and tomorrow you get one of these big racks of pies that you can get one of these racks. There's 180 pies. Just think of it. If you can put that in the rack and one in the same place, then you can push the rack over and make a hell of a mess. Oh boy. What a mess. Then Jody Simmons will fire you for sure. Jose looked at Carson and said the whole thing was very dishonorable in my constitution. But my constitution would not stand there much more. So I will do tomorrow night. When the pie run comes, I will stagger back to his work. Then most of the guys couldn't sleep the next day. They were anxious to see Jose dump over that rack. So they come to work early, and Simmons didn't get in until around 10 o'clock usually. But everyone was hoping he would be early so they would have no time to look at his face of a man who was going to see 180 pages turn over right in front of his office. But when they passed Jody's office, they looked into Jody wasn't there. There was nothing but a big long box. It was a floating box lying on Jody's desk. They glanced at the box, and then they went upstairs and changed it for work. And soon it came in. The first part of the night was the longest part anyone put in. 10 o'clock, Jody Simmons checked in. Everyone watched because everybody was curious about the box on his desk, and Jody walked into his office and stared at the box like it might be a time bomb. It was a very tough man, and anything unusual about the place always assured his suspicions. When he finally decided the box was safe, he began to open the category. It was 24 American Beauty roses fell out onto his desk, and Jody began pawing for the roses to find a card, but it wasn't any card. When Ruby went into Jody's office to get Night of Hot Sheets, he looked at the flowers and said, well, you see, you got some flowers, Jody. Jody was flowers and said somebody was pulling something funny but didn't care because the roses were good. He could take them to his wife. He sent Rudy out to get a can of water to put the roses in to stay fresh, so they stay fresh. All night, whatever. The guys looked towards the little window of Jody's office, so Jody's bold little head looking at more wealth of roses. At 2 o'clock, the pie run began. Piggy Rosen went upstairs to the bake shop, were being boxed to check on them. The night they had apple and vanilla cream and blueberry and peach. Piggy Carson hefted each kind of crust and thickness of the filling. The crew was well up on his work. That night they couldn't actually catch the pie run while it was still hot. Piggy Carson decided that blueberry pies would run the best if they were dumped, so he can carefully pick up the rack of the hottest and brought them down in the freight elevator Jose. Jose was trembling like a leaf. All the guys stationed near Jody Simmons' window looked like they were working, but they were really doing nothing but make motions. Very carefully, Pinky worked the pie rack over the spot in front of Simmons' window. Then he ducked onto one side, began making signals to Josue. Josue came up looking like whipped dog. He went up to the pie rack, put his head up against the back of it. He wouldn't take much of a push to knock them over. Josue stood there against leaning it and looking sad. Everybody was waiting for Simmons to look out the window. It seemed hours. Finally, he did, and Pinky Carson gave him the signal. Jose pushed a little harder for his head, and the rack went down with a hell of a crash. 180 hot blueberry pies spread all over the shipping floor. For a minute, Jody just sat in his hair and stared. He couldn't believe such thing like this ever happened to him. Then he looked. Someone gave him an electrical shock because instead of pushing his chair back, getting his shot straight up, looking like a man on a stove, came on running and hollering out of his office. Jose just stood there and looked at him. Jose was much taller than Jody. He looked down at Jody, and his eyes were the saddest things on earth. Jody began screaming at him like, "You rosy prick bastard! Last night I gave you another chance, and tonight what did you do? You smashed 180 blueberry pies? You know what that means, you son of a bitch? That means you're through. You're fired. Get out. Get out and don't let me see you here again. You rosy, dirty spick." Oh man, get out. Stood up for a minute and looked at Jody. He's like, he was forgiving me he has forgiven him for everything. Then he turned and woke up slowly he can, and all the guys quickly so they could sneak up after him. Jose said, almost talking to himself, "This is the first time I ever done something so dishonorable," said Josue. "Never I have. I stood such trickery. Mr. Simmons must be quite right. He is a fine gentleman who gave me a job when I was in need, and I have repaid him with ingratitude. I am a wretch." There was nothing more to be said, no. "Look here, Josue," said Rudy. "Maybe you know something about those flowers on his desk." Jose nodded. He said, "Yes, but you called it a secret. I have bought those flowers this afternoon and sent them to Mr. Simmons, so you will be a damn fool," says Rudy. "How he was going to know you sent them if you didn't put any name on them?" Josue said, "That's no matter for discussion. The important thing is, Mr. Simmons, he received the flowers. The flowers were beautiful. Mr. Simmons is a gentleman, and he will enjoy them. That he should know where they came from, that was quite beside the point. I know that I was expressing my gratitude with something beautiful. I know that I tried to repay him for the splendid things he has done for me. It is not important that Mr. Simmons, he should know it, but it's the only thing that he should receive the roses, yes." Jose put on his coat and walked out of the bakery, and nobody saw him again. The next day, he didn't show up for his check. Instead, Jody Simmons received the amount of money from Josue for $19.87, which with his paycheck he would pay for the pies. It seems that Josue was standing in front of him, now looking back at him like a kind of frog in a kind of fog. He was talking to Josue. He was saying how everything with you, Josue, how are you doing? Talk right up, Josue, and tell me, how are you doing and how you ever come out with that rich girl? Talk louder, Josue, because I don't seem to be hearing so well lately. Real loud, Josue. Come up closer. I couldn't move much. Later on, yes. But right now, you see, I'm in bed. How's that, Josue? How's that? Josue, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Josue. Excuse me. I thought you were all in the bakery together soon. Again. I thought you were all there. But you're not. But we're not. But I've been asleep. I must have been dreaming. It's hard to tell. Just a minute. Josue, and I wake up. There. That's better. Much better. I didn't know where you are, Josue, but I know where I am. Alright? I know where I am. Damn, it's almost 9 o'clock and I'm not even done with this dang book. I started at freaking 4 and I messed up because I wasn't ready. I don't know when they came in there. Damn. Okay. You know what I'm gonna have to do is continue this book. Maybe this is part 1 now. Maybe part 2. Maybe there will be a part 2 of the stream. I had to rename it, call it part 1, because I will remember. I'm gonna make a note right now. To tell me I'm on page 83. Where's my notepad? There it is. Open and I'd save it. I'm gonna have to type in Saturday because that's my other off day. I can't do it tomorrow. Can't do it Friday. But this book is freaking good. Damn. We're in chapter 7 and there's like not that much to go. So Johnny got his gun. I should have done this freaking earlier. I mean, I should have done this earlier. You know, I should have done this like before my dinner. And then have a break, eat dinner, wash my hands, come back, read the book. Finish the book right then and there, and that's it. Well, sorry for the 4-hour boring stream. But, you know what? Okay, page 83, chapter 7. There we go. Well, at least I have the reminder, so I just go on documents and remember. It's page 83. Let me check my notepad again. Wait, I didn't open my library. Blah. Oh god, I had to use it right over again. I had to make my freaking lunch too, so I'm running out of... Did I say page 8? Yep, perfect. There's gonna be a part 2 of this. Maybe I will finish the book. I mean, reading the book. I am sorry. If I didn't read the introduction, I think I would finish this book already. We're actually not far from being done. Because the last part was just this reader's guide question. So, that's it. So, I'm guessing it's actually 52 to finish the book. I would say we're far from done. So, I don't know how many chapters. So, this is chapter 8. I'm trying to find out how many chapters. So, that's 10. I missed 9. That's by 9. That's 9. This is... damn.
Oh, I love the trombone. And here's a pillow for you.
Why?
Because I have one that's as soft as that one.
Well, I'm ending the stream. I'm running out of time. I only have how to be in page 83. So tomorrow, not tomorrow, but Saturday, I'll have to finish the book. So
It's a shame you don't have Joker's speed reading ability.
dude, I was reading it out loud. The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but you read it as quickly as Joker did. Because he usually finishes off half the book.
Well, I'm almost half already, so
Wow.
yeah, I don't know how many pages. But, you know, I would bet you someone will put... But I know someone will put in the comments, is, darkness imprisoned me, all I see as a horror fucking one. Okay? This book is probably more better. You said okay, I'm gonna make a review on Saturday. So you're gonna get part 2 and review of the book. And, might ask PewDiePie to fucking read the book if he's still doing the literature club of his. This book is fucking good. I mean, fucking hell. Let me tell you about from 1 to freaking 7. No, 6. I did 6. So, fuck. The second chapter made me cry. The fourth didn't make me, but the fifth did. Because he said, "Oh no, I have no leg." I'm like, dude, stop. Shut up. I think the ending of the book is gonna make me cry for real. I think the last chapter will be the last chapter I don't want to read. I think I will be crying in the end of the book. I think we're almost done with Johnny Got His Gun. And I am sorry that I didn't get enough viewers today. Maybe you guys are watching this, you know. My new webcam is freaking good. I can't believe it's showing my face. No freaking stop. Wait. 600 freaking drop frames. I guess my freaking internet's fucking up. Well, whatever. But, at least, only did 4 hours and 15 minutes. I think that's the time I have left. I think that's the time I have, and I'm sorry for that, guys. Because I have work tomorrow in the morning. And I have to wake up 5:30 in the morning. And I have to, drive, like, a half an hour to get to Hagerstown. Just gotta work. 15, okay? Gotta work and gotta make my money, so. But, I might have to read, after Johnny Got His Gun, I will have, maybe, well, I have all the time in the world on the weekend, so I can do it Friday night. I forgot about Friday fucking night. I'm freaking stupid. I can do it Friday night. Fuck Saturday. Friday night, we're gonna finish Johnny Got His Gun, and then I'm gonna read a different thing. I'm gonna read my horrible fucking script. I don't want to, but honestly, guys, thank you for watching the stream. You guys are fucking fantastic. I'm sorry my reading was terrible. I'm serious. My reading is fucking awful. Okay? I was reading the book pretty fucking quick, too. And I was trying to paraphrase every chapter, too. That's what happened. But we're almost to the end of Johnny Got His Gun, the book. And I realized it made me picture, like, in the freaking movie. It made me remember that I really saw the movie, guys. I saw the film Johnny Got His Gun, 1971. But I saw it on YouTube, but it was in parts. So I saw the whole entirety of the movie. You thought the movie was depressing. Read the fucking book. Read the book. Okay, and I'll make a good review on it on Goodreads. I have an account, but thank you guys for watching the stream. I had to get my lunch ready and for tomorrow, so I'll see you guys in the next stream. Friday night, it will be maybe around after 7:30. So 7:30, we're gonna finish that book. I don't give a fuck. It's gonna be 10 or 11 at night. I'm finishing reading Johnny Got His Gun. I'm not done. We're almost done with Johnny Got His Gun. I finished chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 and 6. We got 7, 8, 9, whatever left. That's like 252 pages to finish. I mean, we're at 83 now. We're on chapter 7. We got so much to read. Damn. Almost done with the book, and these box of tissues are gonna be gone. But Random Horror is gonna be after that. Random Horror is gonna be Saturday, and I don't want to read Random Horror, but my brothers tell me let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Let's freaking do it. Dad wants me to do it, so it's been voted like months ago. Sorry. Okay. Besides me just keep freaking chatting and being stupid, I'm gonna end the stream now, and I want to say thank you guys. Just watching the whole video and hear my terrible reading. If you guys didn't hear me, and I understand that, if you did hear me on the microphone, that's fucking awesome. I actually put it, like, higher for headphones, because, the reason I did that is because, when I have it, like, out, my voice would be too fucking loud, you know? You don't want your voice to be too loud, and it's gonna overpower the video, like, if you're playing a game. for example, the game's gonna fuck. Like, your voice is overpowering the thing. I actually can tell when I was playing, Signal Simulator on my other stream. It's not on this channel. My other channel is a gaming channel. But, I'm gonna make sure I put a gaming channel when I'm doing gaming. But this is only my regular channel, Down in the Darkness. I might have to start reading books now. Maybe. Okay. No further ado, the stream is over. Thank you for watching, guys, and, see you next time. I'm gonna put on start. We're done. Okay? Stream's officially done, and, hope to see you guys again. Wait. I need to wave goodbye before. Wait. Bye-bye, everybody. Stream's over. Stream is now over. Let me make a new scene real quick. Hold on, guys. Are you serious? Oh, no. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye. I gotta go. Bye. Gotta go. I gotta go. We're gonna be in the starting soon. Bye. We're done. Thank you for watching the stream.